crazy people here.
Anya here?
She's coming behind me.
Oh. All right, well, we're live.
We are live.
Have something to say?
Hey, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Rage Against the War Machine. We're gonna see what happens today. I have just got here. I have no idea what's gonna take place, except that I'm gonna give a speech. My good friend Chris Hedges is gonna speak after me. Chris, why are you speaking here today? There's been a lot of, for some reason, controversy around this.
That's if you read the World Socialist website. Well, because, like the wars in the Middle East, which you're well aware of, there's no rational thought put into, and now, of course, we're carrying out a conflict that could lead to a nuclear confrontation.
Yeah.
And I know these people. I dealt with Robert Kagan and Elliot Abrams back in Central America, and they're either extremely limited, or in the case of Abrams, insane.
Yeah.
And you don't want these people. I mean, we should just look at what they orchestrated for 20 years in the Middle East.
Right.
You don't want these people handling this kind of, perpetuating this kind of industrial warfare. And the fact that they're never held accountable.
Yeah.
From conflict, whether it's Central America, the expansion of NATO, the Middle East, Ukraine, they're never held accountable for the damage that they do, and they're extremely dangerous. So we have to, this is the only pressure, such as it is, that's going to work, and that's pressure off of the street, because both parties are bought off.
Right.
And the media is completely, it's an embarrassment what passes for media coverage on issues like this.
You wrote a column on the need for a broader anti-war coalition that includes people we don't agree with on a lot of domestic issues, on like a whole array of domestic issues. You came under attack. I mean, what has been the response to that column? And summarize your argument.
Well, it's that old Saul Alinsky idea. There are no permanent allies. There's only permanent power. That's a corruption of a quote by Lord Salisbury. But the fact is, you have to build coalition around particular issues with people who you don't agree on other issues. And I go back to the anti-war movement in Vietnam. My father was in concerned clergy and laity against the war in Vietnam. There were a lot of people in the anti-war movement they didn't like, starting with the Yippies and the Trotskyites, and they didn't like the drug use. I mean, all sorts of stuff. But they realized that they had to join that coalition around the issue of war, around Vietnam, in the same way we do around permanent war. And if we don't, we're going to be completely ineffectual. And the left has gotten into this ridiculous kind of idea where they just want to clone themselves on every single issue, and they'll stop speaking to you over, because you don't agree with them on COVID, or I don't know what it is, it's insane. But that's about moral purity. It's not about being effective and, immensely self-defeating. And I think if we look back at, ever since the Iraq War, the evidence is there that the left is kind of engaged in self-immolation.
And talk about this war. You've covered many wars in the past. You wrote about war as a force that gives us meaning, but this war is different. They say it's being fought with Ukrainian blood and American bullets.
Right, but that's like all the proxy wars of the Cold War.
Right.
So I saw that in South America.
How does it give us meaning? This Ukraine proxy
it gives
war?
us meaning because after finally 20 years in the Middle East, when we're exposed as, a murderous regime. I mean, I love the criticism of Russia and the kind of historical amnesia where nobody is acknowledging that we did the same thing in countries like Iraq. First of all, it gives us meaning because suddenly we're on the side of virtue. We get to paint ourselves as fighting, the new Hitler. There's always a new Hitler.
Right.
Now it used to be Saddam Hussein. Now it's Putin. Then it'll be Xi. Who knows? And so the American public laps it up because it's a celebration of us. But yeah, it's Ukrainian blood. The thing is, I've covered a lot of conflicts, and while Russia has made a lot of mistakes,
Sorry.
I didn't realize y'all were doing it.
We'll get him
a
on.
war of attrition, Ukraine can't win. It can't.
No.
Because I went into southern Iraq, at the end of the first Gulf War, and I was in Basra in the Shiite uprising, and then I was taken prisoner by the Iraqi Republican Guard. But there was nothing. There was no clean water. There was no electricity. And that's what now Russia is doing to Ukraine, and that's why the West is panicking, because they know that's why they're sending the tanks and everything else, because they can't win that war. But it's. I mean, I hate to quote Henry Kissinger, but he's right. It's we've got to negotiate this. There's got to be a diplomatic solution, which including a trade for land for peace. That's got to happen fast, because you don't control a war. It controls you, and we don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of ways, this war, because it's so supported heavily by liberals, you see in the DC liberal affluent areas, Ukraine flags over so many homes, that it's a proxy for American nationalism, which was diffused with Trump, as the American flag was claimed by the America First movement.
Right.
And so...
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I agree.
And the war planners refused to define victory for the Ukrainians. What does victory even mean at this point?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's what's going to be left of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Who's going to rebuild it? We're not rebuilding Afghanistan. Yeah, no.
I'm going on right after them.
You got to go. Okay, go ahead. I'm going
out
after you.
And you're with me. Hey, we're out here. Hey, let me get a photo with you.
This is incredible. This event represents. This is a moment in history.
Say something to
Because it shows libertarian, independent, socialist.
Well, I'm about to go on. So, and if you want to check out all the speeches, Rage Against the War Machine, go to their Twitter account, go to their socials, and you can see the speeches. But we're going to be interviewing lots of the participants. We're going to get out in the crowd and talk to people. It's still filling up out here. I have no idea what's going to happen today. This whole thing is a mystery to me. And of course, it's been sabotaged. There's been attempts to sabotage it from the sort of official wing of the anti-war movement. So could obviously be bigger now, but you can see it's still filling up. When I got here, there was just a handful of people, but it's starting to fill up. We have Angela McCardle and Nick Brana, the two planners of this rally, speaking right now. Let's go listen to a bit of what they have to say. And Chris Weaver's the man behind the camera. He's the man behind the Grayzone. He's doing so much good work for us.
We have the powers. Let's do it.
All right, all. We are facing an out-of-control war machine that has started a world war now in Ukraine. NATO against Russia, China, and Iran involved. It's up to us to stop it. That's why we're bringing back the anti-war movement. It starts today. You all are a part of it. Let's get it going.
And get
are you all ready? You ready to start the program? Our first speaker here is Max Blumenthal. He's with the Grayzone, editor of the Grayzone. He's going to kick us off today. Take it away, Max.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. We're not supposed to be here today. They don't want you to be here. I'm going to talk about why that is. I'm going to address some of the people who don't want us to be here. They do not want an anti-war rally in this town. I want to talk to you as a son of Washington, before I talk to you as a journalist. Someone who's known this city, who grew up in this city in the 1980s, in this imperial capital. And I watched as my city was suddenly struck by a crack epidemic, precisely at the same time that the CIA was seeking covert funding for its illegal wars in Latin America. And I watched as the streets of this city filled up with homeless Vietnam veterans, often still wearing their camouflage BDU, at the dawn of a homeless crisis that is now completely consuming our cities and which is apparent all around us. It was only recently, just a few years ago actually, as I walked through a Riverside Park by my home here in DC in Anacostia, that I noticed a small memorial to the Bonus Army, commemorating another generation of US veterans who had been abandoned and betrayed by their government. Nearly 90 years ago, thousands of veterans of World War I gathered on Anacostia Flats and along the Potomac in Hoovervilles makeshift camps at the dawn of the Great Depression to demand the bonuses they had been promised and denied by the US government. They had fought in a segregated army, but they now stood together and lived together as black men and white men. Some were supporters of communism, some were supporters of the kind of America First style conservatism that was becoming in fashion at the time. And all were demonized by a government that saw this show of cultural and political unity as a threat to an empire in the making. Army Chief of Staff Douglas MacArthur warned that pacifism and its bedfellow communism are all around us, as he and the future heroes of the US effort in World War II, Dwight Eisenhower and George Patton, sent their forces against these betrayed veterans. And on July 28, 1932, MacArthur and the US Army attacked the Bonus Army and massacred them with tanks, cavalry, and machine guns, following orders to kill the men they had fought beside below the US flag in the trenches of Europe. And we stand here 90 years later, in the same city where this massacre occurred, but countless disastrous wars later. And on the precipice of another economic crisis, we know that by coming here today, by coming together across artificial political boundaries and cultural lines imposed on us by our elites, we stand in the muddy boots of the Bonus Army as an imperial regime in deep decline trembles before us. And that's why it's so tragic to me that this rally has come under attack, not only by the usual suspects in the corporate media, but by sectarian forces that parade as progressive and anti-war. They say that right and left should not come together, that our petty differences must define and divide us, and that this rally is a danger to the movement. Well, let me speak now as a journalist who's met and lived with people on the other side of the guns of US empire. Let me speak about the Palestinians I met in the rubble of Gaza who'd seen their families wiped out. US-made missiles and howitzers fired by Israel's apartheid only because they dared to resist their dispossession. Let me speak to you about the Syrian people I met in Damascus who'd seen their city surrounded by NATO-backed jihadist militias and who now withstand Israeli bombs and sadistic US sanctions. Let me talk to you about the people I met in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, the troika of resistance, who have bravely weathered the storm of CIA destabilization plots and economic blockades. The people I know in the Horn of Africa, from Eritrea to Addis Ababa, who have seen 5 million people displaced by a US-backed proxy war that few Americans even know took place. The Koreans I met, who've been separated from their own people and families by an imposed divide, who have not known peace since the genocidal US war waged on them. And the people I know in the republics of Donbass and Lugansk, who have suffered for 9 years under the US-supplied bombs of the Ukrainian military and its sig-heiling neo-Nazi brigades, who celebrate and worship the Nazi collaborator Stepan Bandera, who murdered my own people in one pogrom after another. These people that I know and that I met on the other side of US empire, they don't care if you're right-wing or left-wing. They don't care if you're a camel-clad Trumper or a progressive social justice activist. They don't care if you're vaccinated and masked and boosted. They don't care if you're libertarian or communist. All they want you to do is be out here today to rage against this sick, satanic, neo-conservative war machine. That's what they want. Our corporate media, which is just a megaphone for our oligarchic elite, is constantly telling us who our enemies are. They said our enemy was in Serbia when I was a teenager. Then they said our enemy was in Afghanistan. Then they said our enemy was in Iraq. And maybe our enemy was down the street in the local mosque. And we are here today to say that we know who our real enemy is. Our enemy is not in Russia. Our enemy is you, the corporate media, and the oligarchy that you speak for. Our enemy is the empire that's robbed us of our rights, that's looted our treasury, for its insane imperial regime change wars, and that has hounded and jailed real journalists like Julian Assange. They say we need to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them here. We say that we will fight the neoconservatives over here before they kill millions more over there. Can you dig it? That's not our war. Whether in Ukraine or the war they're planning over the Straits of Taiwan, their war is not our war. Our war is for the hundreds of thousands of homeless people sleeping in the cold. Our war is to clean up our rivers. Our war is to fix our crumbling schools and roads. Our war is to fight for the minds of our brothers and sisters subjected to a non-stop tidal wave of corporate media propaganda. Our war starts here. Our war starts today. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Yeah! Max Blumenthal! All right, everybody, next we have an incredible journalist, Pulitzer Prize winning former New York Times journalist, and a great hero of mine, Hedges.
Idolatry is the primal sin from which all other sins derive. Idols tempt us to become God, the sacrifice of others, in the mad quest for fame and power. But the idol always ends by requiring self-sacrifice, leaving us to perish on the blood-soaked altars we erected for others. For empires are not murder. They commit suicide at the feet of the idols that entrance them. We are here today to denounce the unelected, unaccountable high priests of empire who funnel the bodies of millions of victims, along with trillions of dollars of our national wealth, into the bowels of our own version of the Canaanite idol Moloch. The political class, the media, the entertainment industry, the financiers, and even religious institutions bay like wolves for the blood of Muslims or Russians or Chinese or whoever the idol has demonized as unworthy of life. There were no rational objectives in the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and Somalia, and there are none in Ukraine. Permanent war and industrial slaughter are their own justification. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman earn billions of dollars in profits. The vast expenditures demanded by the Pentagon are sacrosanct, and the cabal of war-mongering pundits, diplomats, and technocrats who smugly dodge responsibility for the array of military disasters they orchestrate are protean, shifting adroitly with the political tides, moving from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, and then back again, mutating from cold warriors to neocons to liberal interventionists. Julian Benda called these courtiers to power the self-made barbarians of the intelligentsia. These pimps of war do not see the corpses of their victims. I did, including children. Every lifeless body I stood over as a reporter in Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Palestine, Iraq, Sudan, Yemen, Bosnia, and Kosovo, month after month, year after year, exposed their moral bankruptcy, intellectual dishonesty, sick bloodlust, and delusional fantasies. They are the puppets of the Pentagon, a state within a state, and the weapons manufacturers who lavishly fund their think tanks, Project for the New American Century, Foreign Policy Initiative, American Enterprise Institute, Center for a New American Security, Institute for the Study of War, Atlantic Council, and Brookings Institute. Like some mutant strain of an antibiotic-resistant bacteria, they cannot be vanquished. It does not matter how wrong they are, how absurd their theories of global dominance, or how many times they lie or denigrate other cultures and societies as uncivilized, or how many they condemn to death. They are immovable props, parasites, vomited up in the dying days of empire, ready to sell us the next virtuous war against whoever they have decided is the new Hitler. The map changes, but the game is the same. Pity our prophets, those who wander the desolate landscape crying out in the darkness. Pity Julian Assange, undergoing a slow-motion execution in a high-security prison in London. He committed the empire's fatal sin. He exposed its crimes, its machinery of death, its moral depravity. A society that prohibits the capacity to speak in truth extinguishes the capacity to live in justice. Some here today might like to think of themselves as radicals, maybe even revolutionaries. But what we are demanding on the political spectrum is in fact conservative. It is the restoration of the rule of law. It is simple and basic. Could not in a functioning republic be incendiary. But living in truth, in a despotic system, one the political philosopher Sheldon Woolen called inverted totalitarianism, is an act of subversion. The architects of imperialism, the masters of war, the corporate-controlled legislative, judicial, and executive branches of government, and their obsequious mouthpieces in the media and academia are illegitimate. Say this simple truth and you are banished, as many of us have been, to the margins. Prove this truth, as Julian did, and you are crucified. Red Rosa now has vanished too. Bertolt Brecht wrote of the murdered socialist Rosa Luxemburg. She told the poor what life is about, and so the rich have rubbed her out. We have undergone a corporate coup d'etat, where the poor and working men and women, 60% of whom lack $400 to cover an emergency expense, are reduced to chronic instability. Joblessness and food insecurity are endemic. Our communities and cities are desolate. War, financial speculation, constant surveillance, and militarized police that function as internal armies of occupation are the only real concerns of the state. Even habeas corpus no longer exists. We as citizens are commodities to corporate systems of power, used and discarded, and the endless wars we fight overseas have spawned the wars we fight at home, as the students I teach in the New Jersey prison system are acutely aware. All empires die in the same act of self-immolation. The tyranny that the Athenian Empire imposed on others, Thucydides noted in his history of the Peloponnesian War, it finally imposed on itself. To fight back, to reach out and help the weak, the oppressed, and the suffering, to save the planet from ecocide, to decry the domestic and international crimes of the ruling class, to demand justice, to live in truth, to smash the graven images is to bear the mark of Cain. Those in power must feel our wrath, which means acts of sustained, nonviolent, civil disobedience, social and political disruption. Organized power from below is the only power that can save us. Politics is a game of fear, and it is our duty to make those in power very, very afraid. The ruling oligarchy has locked us in its death grip. It cannot be reformed. It obscures and falsifies the truth. It is on a maniacal quest to increase its obscene wealth and unchecked power. It forces us to kneel before its false gods. And so, to quote the Queen of Hearts, metaphorically of course, I say, off with their heads.
Thank you, Chris Hedges. That was fiery. We need that kind of energy. Let's keep the energy up. Let's welcome another beautiful voice for truth, Kim Iverson of the Kim Iverson Show. Thank you, Kim.
We are here, loud and clear, with a message for the criminals running Washington. The America we love doesn't march us into world war, debilitating an entire generation's future. The America we love doesn't throw money endlessly at the military-industrial complex while neglecting its citizens' needs. The America we love doesn't make money off of global death and destruction. The America we love doesn't jail publishers and journalists who expose government crimes, abuse, and overreach. The America we love doesn't use her might to intimidate and destroy other nations, ultimately holding back human beings from living a life of dignity. The America we love doesn't put war profits over people. The America we love doesn't hinder peace talks and doesn't vow to fight to the last human being. Do you hear us, Washington? You are not running us into the America we love. You're destroying us. Hear us loud and clear. No more war. 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 No NATO, no war. No NATO, no war. Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Thank you.
steps. You'll see Lockheed Martin, Boeing. That's what's driving our economy here in Washington, D.C. That's who's paying for the politicians that are voting to approve all of the billions of dollars worth of military equipment going to Ukraine. It's basically a racket they're running at the expense, again, of the U.S. taxpayer and for our quality of life here.
Do you think that Ukraine is leading the U.S. into World War III?
Yes, I think the United States has led Ukraine into acting as a proxy for our own ambitions, which are to confront Russia as a great competing world power, and that is essentially the definition of world war. When competing powers, whether it's not always direct military confrontations between those direct exact parties, but when a proxy war is being fought over influencing Europe going under the wing of Russia or the United States, that is a world war.
One final question. Tomorrow's President's Day. If you could ask Joe Biden a question, what would it be?
What drugs are they giving you?
Yeah, hey, yeah,
I'm a lefty. No doubt, no change in my game. I'm way over there to the left. But, when I grew up, my dad was a longshoreman. He put on a hard hat and he went out in the cold. Then on the weekends, he was a mechanic. He'd lay under cars and work under cars and do things like that. Then I started a job. I became a police officer. And I was a police officer for many years. But I'm a lefty and I'm way over there, and you're not supposed to like me. I'm not supposed to be a person that you can agree with and work with. Why? Because I'm a lefty and there are some areas that we disagree. But I will guarantee you that there are people here who hear my story and say, my dad worked under a car. My dad wore a hard hat. Maybe we didn't have much, maybe we did. I don't know. My dad had beagles. You know why? Because he was a rabbit hunter. And he went out and he hunted rabbits. He was in a union. He was a lefty. The longshoreman union is the left union. But there are a lot of people
We have some questions coming in.
Oh, yeah?
One is that, how much money have you embezzled from the War Machine rally budget?
Oh, I haven't received any money for participating in this. Nothing.
I know.
But it is not the life of these pipeline bombing,
Most of the comments
minor balloon
do you have anything else you want to say?
bastards.
Well, thank you to everyone for watching. I would have loved to see all of you here in person, but I think this is a pretty inspiring crowd, and it's the beginning of something more, I hope,
We are
also.
the ones who had more
I'm so bad at that, but definitely several hundred. I don't know. It could definitely be 1,000.
The mainstream media didn't cover this. This is what alternative media. People are migrating to alternative media because they've had enough. They're tired
Well,
of being lied
definitely
to.
grab Chris and...
They're tired of being
Are you live streaming now?
By these leaders. So I'm here today to send a message to everyone.
Hey, we're here with some friends from El Salvador. What do you think of Bukele and the Bitcoin?
Well, as it is now, we don't know what his end game is. He has invested public monies into purchasing Bitcoin, and there's no explanation. As you guys probably know, the country's basically under a lockdown.
Yeah.
So, no one knows what's going on. People are going along with it because he's locking people up.
Yeah. And they're investing pensions in the Bitcoin.
Right.
Libertarian. And so this could be...
This is public money that he's using.
Yeah. But he's very popular.
Because he's locking people up.
Yeah, because he's locking up the Mara Salchuchas.
Yeah. So I thought maybe you had an idea, because I have no idea. He already owns everything. He's been, his father was a huge billionaire.
Yeah, and a Marxist.
Yeah, and a Marxist.
At one point.
That's correct, yeah. So it's not money. I don't know what it is, other than total power, maybe.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of the future now. It's like figures like that, backed by the U.S., consolidating control in the Western Hemisphere. There's that, and then there's the ones we're sanctioning. He's still on the good side of the U.S. government.
So the whole thing with the IMF is just theater? He's refusing money from the IMF.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Again, it's baffling to me.
Well, we're going to be getting all kinds of different perspectives out here. There's people from all around. I just met someone from Denver. I've met people from all across the country who've come out today.
I see your sign there.
That's a good sign.
Good. It's also very depressing, but it's a good sign. It's true though. That's why it's depressing. All right. Well, thanks for
Maybe I'm from New Jersey.
aware of.
I came from Philly with two friends that are down there. Yeah, took the bus from Philly.
D.C., Maryland, not far away.
You came from the D.C. area too? You're from the D.C. area?
Say Max. Max. I don't see Mr. Ritter. Is he here?
He's not speaking.
He's not. He was.
The libertarians got him,
So
Max.
Mr. Ritter was on the. Yeah. The libertarians bounced him, so. I'm sorry about that. Very unlibertarian thing to do.
Yeah, you think, right?
I thought they were for keeping the government out of our heads.
Yeah, the People's Party.
Thanks for having more risking his life. Speed. That's not hard to do. It's like smelling slightly better than shit. Hey,
Eric Jackman from Jackman Radio in New Hampshire.
Good to see you.
Can I get a picture with you?
Sure.
He's a big fan.
I'm on this Grayzone live stream.
Hey,
Just talking to people. Where did you guys come from?
upstate New York.
Right?
Yeah, we're familiar with Max, part of the organizing. We brought Dennis to the rally, Dennis Kucinich, and it's really important. I never care about numbers. I've been at events where there was only a handful of people and it was the beginning of something big. The point is, are people going to be able to figure out how to work with each other? Are we going to be able to understand each other, like enough to want to work with each other? Are we going to build a culture of collaboration and a citizen community? You know, because if we can do that, then we can enjoy it when we do the rush, the hard work, which is to change laws.
And how serious?
Hey, Max.
Hey, good to see you.
I met you in New York. It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Hey, we're here with Eric. We're here with Eric Jackman. Eric's going to do some jokes today. Eric does a really great Trump impersonation, I heard.
It's true, Max, okay? And Rosie O'Donnell said I went bankrupt. I never went bankrupt. I'm worth many billions of dollars. And we're here at Grayzone today, and we're bringing the rage for peace, okay? If I was in there, it never would have happened with Putin in Crimea, okay?
Hey, that might be true. I knew Jesse Ventura for many years. I hung out with him. Can you do a Jesse Ventura?
So I couldn't be here today, so I sent my friend Eric Jackman. He's not from Minnesota, he's from New Hampshire. And I was gonna frog it on top of the Lincoln Memorial to give my speech, but I'm a little old now. But Max Blumenthal's a voice for peace, Jackman Radio's a voice for peace, and we're getting people together from all kinds of coalitions to rage against the war machine.
Running Man, one of the greatest Jesse, the Body Ventura scenes, the virtual battle with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Running Man with a good movie, we had Jesse in there with the skullet. It was a good movie.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I was a centrist. I over-leveraged the state of California. I put us in more massive debt than ever because I didn't want to raise taxes, and then I moved on and fucked my housemaid. And
my dad said,
I pumped her up.
My dad said, pump the iron, move to America, marry the Kennedy, become the governor of California, become the Terminator. You could do anything.
Yeah. I guess.
Hey, it's Jackman Radio on Twitter, Instagram, Senator Jackman and Jackman Radio. And I've been a big fan of this guy for years, so real psyched to see Max and everyone and the Grayzone, and we can do this. We can bring peace. We just have to get out here and make a stand.
Yeah, right on. And we're living in the Running Man.
Yes.
Actually, the screenplay was written by Stephen King under a pseudonym,
Richard Bachman.
Something I learned from Jesse. And Jesse Ventura is the bad guy who's the gladiator for corporate America, but in real life, Schwarzenegger was the bad guy. He was the good guy.
Some inversion. We call that inversion.
I'm Jesse Ventura, and we are here to rage against the war machine.
You heard it here, folks. Max
What's
Blumenthal.
up, Tyrell? Peace.
Yeah, Tyrell, RT, Sean Stone.
This is where it was decided based on my I'll read the war in Iraq, and Afghanistan, and Syria, and Yemen, and Kosovo, and Korea, and Vietnam. And if we don't do something soon in Ukraine, this is where it decided that it just simply didn't matter, and our government can spy on us without a warrant. This is where we've decided to imprison and torture.
How are you? Good. This is Garland one of my favorite radio hosts, Wilmer Leon, Garland Nixon from the Critical Hour. We can no longer listen to them on Spotify. We find our ways 105.5 FM in DC. Taking over the airwaves. Good to see you, man. How do you feel about the rally?
Very, very impressive, especially considering the fact that, there's a mainstream media blackout of this. And I think once folks start to understand that what Samantha Power is now in Hungary, trying to do the same thing that Victoria Nuland did in Ukraine, then I think the thing is people are going to start to connect the dots. And this, in a couple months, is going to be even bigger.
Yeah. Well, it's all about joining forces instead of having separate alternative rallies.
Exactly.
Why can't people just get together on this one issue?
Well, I think this whole quote-unquote wokeism, foolishness, has people splitting hairs on trivial issues and not focusing on what really matters. Because if we get so caught up on Sunday about offending this group or that group, then and they push the button on Tuesday, Wednesday won't matter. So,
right.
So all that trivial foolishness, but that's also a reflection of where our politics have gone in terms of everybody has to get into their own camp, stay in their own camp, and they can't see beyond the camp, the firelight of their own camp.
Right. It's very narcissistic, and but yeah, the Critical Hour with Wilmer Leon and Garland Nixon. If you are a follower of the Grayzone, two of the best hours on the radio every week, every day is the Critical Hour. Just look for it.
Oh, that was an interview?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Wilmer Leon, Radio Sputnik, the Critical Hour, Monday through Friday. Thank you. All right.
You want to go over the line? They keep telling me I'm pressing. I don't know.
Hey, we're talking to Newsmax at an anti-war rally.
Okay, great.
We spoke before at Defeat the Mandates.
and also Gateway Pundit. I don't know if you consider them to the right or what.
Well, they're definitely to the right, but as far as right-wing sites, sometimes they have some interesting material. I look for it everywhere.
Right.
I don't segregate.
Well, there's a lot of people in the crowd I know because I consider myself to be on the right, even though I'm really more of a classical liberal. But there's a lot of people in the crowd that are on the right. Does that take you by surprise?
Well, people are just fed up, and people are less interested in these labels that really relate to where people sat in the French Parliament hundreds of years ago. And someone just walked up to me and said, I watch you every week on the Grayzone and you're turning me into a lefty. I spoke to you at Defeat the Mandates on stage with a lot of right-wingers, but I was shocked that so many leftists would support lockdowns that deprive poor children of the ability to go to public school, that have put so much more money in the hands of our billionaire class and weakened whatever democratic power we still had left. So this is a continuation of that. This is just about people power. And it's tragic that other organizations and people that fancy themselves to be anti-war don't want to participate and try to depress turnout here, because this could have been so much bigger. And this is about changing the strategic calculus of the war planners. There haven't been rallies like this since the war began, and we're just getting on our feet. We're just starting to rise up. People are sick of having all their hard-earned money, working all these gig jobs, be sent to Ukrainian Nazis and warlords. The word is starting to get out. One appropriation bill after another of our money sent over there. This is not our war. So I think everyone out there would agree with me on that, and I don't see whether they're left or right, why that should matter to me at this point. We just need to shut this down.
Do you think that the majority of Americans are against sending more funding to Ukraine?
Well, the polls show that more and more are opposed to it, and that the numbers of Democrats who support it are going down. I mean, you have a Democratic president. Everything is framed in along partisan lines, just like the vaccine mandate was, where it was just seen as you're a Trumpist if you don't want to take this injection, or you're a Trumper if you don't want to wear the mask. Everything gets seen through our culture war, the lenses of our culture wars, and you start to see that even breaking apart for Democrats who watch CNN and MSNBC the longer this proxy war goes on. We haven't seen Americans dying in large numbers like in the war in Iraq, where the Bush administration actually covered up the returning coffins draped in American flags. They refused to allow photographers to show those coming back from Iraq to Dore Air Base for months. And as soon as we started seeing those coffins, Bush's approval rating dropped to 20% and never went back up again. That will happen if this war escalates and the U.S. and NATO start to intervene. It's time to negotiate.
Okay. And anything else you want to say on the topic of Ukraine and why it's so important that we pull funding for this war?
Nuclear war, the deaths of tens and tens of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians, the people in this city who hold power, they don't care about Ukrainian lives. They don't. They see Ukrainians as bullet stoppers. As Iran-Contra felon Ali Noor said, we're fighting this war with Ukrainian blood and American bullets. And they're just bullet stoppers for our empire. We don't care how many of them die. They're sending old men to the battlefront. They're sending 16-year-olds to the battlefront. They're arresting men on the streets of Kiev and other cities to fight. They don't want to go. This war isn't serving them. Their country will be left in ruins, and then it will all be leveraged and raped by BlackRock when this is all over. So the sooner we stop it, the better it is for Ukraine.
One last question. It seems like the politicians, at least, are in lockstep. Like you have Mitch McConnell up there, right, with Joe Biden, saying that the most important thing right now is to send funding to Ukraine. Do you feel that generally is the case, that the left and the right are in lockstep when it comes to the political parties?
Well, that's a phony distinction when it comes to Congress and especially the Senate. We're under the control of a uniparty that has fake pillow fights over culture war issues, but when it comes to sending billions to Ukraine, or anything concerning the continuation of American empire, they are in lockstep. They're the uniparty. They're not donkey or elephant. They're servants of the oligarchy. You have a few people in Congress who have spoken up against this war. I don't agree with Matt Gaetz on anything related to domestic issues, but his bill, the Ukraine Fatigue Act, is a breath of fresh air. And what we're doing, those of us who come from the left, is we're hounding the squad because they're supposed to do the same thing, but it turns out they're controlled by the uniparty. And we also need to foster an independent politics in this country apart from the two-party system, which doesn't allow, it really doesn't allow any space when it comes to the priorities of empire.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
I invited your wife to...
Air quotes about the atrocities committed by the Soviet.
The assassination of our president, John F. Kennedy, and the lie of the magic bullet. Shot by one assassin. Apparently,
You made that?
You interviewed me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all the, Navy Hill stuff. It's totally nuts. Every time I see that. Red Hill, Red Hill. Yeah. Well, it's just typical DOD. Boys in the water and then leave everything in the rot.
I'm after.
That's what they did where I'm from too. Like, that's what they do currently. The new river down where I grew up, right next door.
Like this guy's been dead for 30 years, but we still follow him.
It's the life he carries.
Yeah. I mean, it really is like that. It's and I actually had a talk, I think, with her in New York.
to wage a proxy war against a nuclear superpower. And we have lies
Sure can. Sure. We're live streaming. We can do it right here.
Yeah, we do.
Cool, man. What's up, buddy?
What's going on there? Everyone knows that, but you guys.
Well, you know, my big thing is the unity that's here today. I think everybody knows that the greatest threat to the empire is its own people. And when people of different ideologies come together for a common goal, anything's possible. I mean, this is why they killed some of those historic figures of all time. You know, they killed Malcolm X when he came back from Mecca and he wanted to work with everybody. It seemed like, you know, Martin Luther King was getting a little bit comfortable with the poor people's king. They want to kill him. And the great Fred Hampton, one of my favorites, who was always talking about unity and whatnot. So this is something I've been trying to work on in the Convo Couch and AM Wake Up for a while. My shows is just to get libertarians and anti-imperialist leftists together to talk about these things. And it's so awesome that there's a rally here and other people have joined. But the amazing thing is that all these different voices from different platforms, and seeing people come up to me and say, who is that? Or who is that? Or a libertarian come up, who's that? Or, you know what I'm saying? So it's just been great, you know, and, you know.
Way to like move forward and try to bring community back to the
Yeah. Well, I gotta admit, that's the hard thing, right? Like, it's been said before. I mean, there's been major speeches here before. There's been anti-war movements in Vietnam. The Iraq protests had hundreds of thousands of people, so they've been there before. So it's been co-opted. But I definitely think there needs to be a call to end all the cancel culture. You know, if we stop talking, then we get closer to dying. The more we talk, the longer we can stay alive. So I think the main thing is to have these conversations with people who disagree with us, but do it in a kind way, a proper way, and not disrespectful, and try to bring people to the table. It's a tough decision, but I definitely think it starts with accepting everybody and putting the isms aside. So, thank you, Meredith. I appreciate it, man, and thank you so much for live streaming. We love the Grayzone.
On these steps,
my question is this: right now,
to the amazement of all, she and
He's literally camping, he's traveling, and
virtually anything possible.
goes away, right? He goes away.
We don't need to do every. We'll go talk to people or film the speakers. Yeah.
His administration is not asking for the American citizens' consent to enter into this proxy war against Russia via Ukraine. Over $100 billion in weapons and aid, and it's going where? We don't know. Joe Biden for what he's doing for all of us. I will be there for you. I will tell my story at that congressional investigation, and I will go under oath.
Indeed we do.
Can you tell the Grayzone audience
Now,
a little bit about
we're here today not because we have anything bad to say about the Ukrainian people. They are suffering.
Well, my name's Ann Wright. I'm a retired U.S. Army Colonel, 29 years in the Army and Army Reserves, and then I was a U.S. diplomat for 16 years and resigned almost 20 years ago on March 18th in opposition to another war, the war on Iraq, Bush's war on Iraq. So for 20 years I've been railing against the wars, and so I would be here, of course, when there's a rage against the war machine. It's important that we have events to further educate our public about the reality of war, how nations get into them, like the U.S. going into Iraq because it was our national security at stake from weapons of mass destruction. Provocations that the U.S. does on nations like Russia, on the Ukraine accession into NATO, on the largest military exercises ever in the history of NATO being held right on the Russian border, provocations that the U.S. is doing on China, on the issue of Taiwan. We've got to prevent wars, and using the examples that we have of the war in Iraq, the war on Ukraine, is a good way to keep after our politicians saying we don't want any more wars and stop the war that's going on right now.
What do you think it's because, like, they just didn't do this and they just sort of, like, believed that?
And it didn't take much money to do it, did it?
Well, do you think we just inevitably slide into World War III, or do you think that's hyperbole?
Well, as long as we believe politicians, they lie and sacks of shit, pardon my French, and it's the U.S. government. I mean, I say that from nearly 40 years of being in the government. The government will lie for its own purposes all the time. So yeah, we can get lied into a nuclear conflict, and that's what we don't want. We don't want any more wars. We don't want any more nuclear stuff. We want the U.S. government to sign on again to nuclear treaties that the U.S. has unsigned. So there's a lot that we, the citizens, have to be demanding of our politicians, and stop electing these bought-off politicians by the merchants of death, the corporations that make money out of all of this.
We got a very special guy. This is Jackson Hinkle of the Dive. He's here to tell you why we need to stop this war. Jackson Hinkle!
Well, yeah, protests brought the end to the war on Vietnam. That's what forced politicians to do. I'm not too sure protests had the effect. The initial protests on the war in Iraq should have meant that it never happened, but it didn't affect George Bush at all. He just went ahead no matter what. We have to keep doing protests for sure, but I wouldn't count on any of them being the final thing, but they are important. It's important to get people out so that they know they're not alone in challenging wars and challenging the war machine.
It's as simple as that. Okay?
It's great to see you again. Yay! Well, it's going to be short and sweet. Short and sweet.
On the Mayflower, and they fought in the American Revolution. They didn't want war either. They wanted peace.
Yeah, stop this shit. Stop. That's all I want to say about it. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. I've spoken over 20 years coming from the government. I spoke on platforms that had people on it that I don't agree with one other thing that you said other than stopping the war. And that's what we got to do here. Focus on stopping the war and put the rest of the shit behind us.
Most of us have never experienced it.
I know, this just infuriates me. This is the stupidest goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life. And what people are calling each other and all that, well, it's fine to call people something, but don't, it's fine. It's not fine. I mean, we ought to be acting grown-ups. We're acting more like our governments now in doing this crap. And I'm just distressed. I'm just distressed.
16 and 17-year-old boys, not men, but boys, are being rounded up by the hundred and sent to the front in Bakhmut. And you know what happens when they get there? They get sent into trenches, and they're told, you have 4 hours to live once you get sent out there. That's the average life expectancy of a Ukrainian soldier on the front in Bakhmut.
Yeah, well, it hasn't so much tribal. I mean, it's this particular thing seems to have generated it, but it's got to be put down, and then we just start focusing on the issue. Stop the wars. Thank you. Stop the shit.
The suits that they wear are drenched in their blood. The food that they eat is a blood stew. The halls of Congress that they voted to save.
Can we get 30 seconds? Sure. Hey, we're here with Jimmy Dore at Rage Against the War Machine. Jimmy, what do you think? You just walked in. How's it look to you?
It looks amazing. Everybody's jacked up, and there's a lot more people here than I thought was going to be here, and everybody's in the right mood. Everybody putting down their differences, coming together to advocate for survival.
Yeah, what are you gonna talk about today? What are you gonna do?
I'm going to talk about what we could have gotten for that $100 billion instead of funding war.
Yeah.
That's going to be my main focus, what we could have gotten. Well, and like Frederick Douglass said, I will join with anyone to do good and nobody to do bad.
I like that. Frederick Douglass, son of Washington. Well, he lived right down the street from us in Anacostia, abolitionist and political strategist. You could use more strategy today. Jimmy, you talked last night. You did some new jokes. We were on stage together. I did some stand-up with Jimmy. Jimmy had some new jokes. Are you going to roll any of that out today?
Yes.
All right. So
that's coming.
So stay posted. New Jimmy Dore jokes are coming up.
Okay. See you. Good to see you.
This energy you have here today. Fight the information war. Demand not one more bullet.
Good. Hi, Chris.
Not one more gun.
Oh, great. Great, thank you.
Sure.
Could you tell me a little bit about this event and how you see the development, maybe some things you'd like to see in future events?
Yeah, well, I think this is just really fantastic, and the turnout is great. Hope we'll have a great march to the White House later, and I hope that this can really be, an example for going forward of how we can create single issue coalitions, and especially on the most important issues like war and peace. We don't have to agree about everything. We ought to be able to get together, political factions of all different stripes in America, in good faith and presuming good faith on each other's behalf too, and come together, especially, not to forge a new consensus on what should be done, but can't we just agree on what to stop and what absolutely we must bring an end to immediately, such as, for example, our world empire, inflationary money, the war on drugs, and all the, NSA spying, all the worst violations of peace and liberty in the country. We should all be able to get together and rally around those things. And even where we don't want to work necessarily together, we can still work on single issues at the same time as each other. For example, there's another new push to try to get the War Powers Resolution through Congress on Yemen coming up soon. And so maybe we can't all get along on every single thing, but man, we ought to be able to get along on that. And even if we don't want to talk to each other and hang out with each other, we can still all call Congress at the same day, the same week, and let them know how important it is that we end that war. And I was just saying this in my last interview. I think it's important. I might not have time for it in my speech. There's this Rand Corporation study from 2019, Extending Russia. It's about how to provoke them into overextension, really, to bankrupt them on the 80s Afghan model. But one of the things that's really important in there is they say over and over again how important public opinion is. We'd like to do this, but German public opinion says no way. We'd like to do that, but American public opinion is way too close on the issue. And I was actually quite pleasantly surprised to see how much they bother taking us into account at all. It's more than you would expect. And the reality is, if we have a sound consensus, a majority consensus in this country that we want an end to the empire, we'll get it.
Yeah, so we're here with Scott Horton. You were one of the planners of this rally from the Libertarian Party, and that's 6:30. You have given a number of stem-winding speeches on NATO expansion. One of the demands of this rally is to end NATO. Americans don't really understand what NATO is. Just really quickly, what's wrong with NATO?
Well, if you asked all the ladies at the State Department, NATO is just a cocktail party circuit for fancy people in Europe. But what it really is it's a war guarantee. Article 5 says that if a NATO country is attacked, then the rest of the countries will do something about it. It's a little vague, but it's essentially a war guarantee. Now, in the Cold War, the promise was that America would keep the Soviets from rolling into Western Europe, even West Germany, France, Denmark, the Netherlands, etc. And that we were willing to go to war to keep them out. But since the fall of the Soviet Union, we have now moved that line 1,200 miles to the east, to Russia's very border, given war guarantees to the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and they've teased ever since 2008. They've talked about possibly bringing Ukraine and NATO into Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. which is essentially comparable to if the Soviets had won the Cold War, and then they expanded the Warsaw Pact into Western Europe, and then now we're bringing in the Caribbean states and bringing in Mexico and Canada into their military alliance. We absolutely would not stand for that. And for all the talk of the right of any nation to join any military alliance they want, that's actually just not true. And if you raise the hypothetical of the Russians in Canada or the Chinese in Mexico, it takes 5 seconds to understand why America would absolutely never tolerate another major power making such inroads on our borders. And the Russians warned for 30 years that this is exactly what would happen. And the brightest minds, frankly, the brightest graybeards in American foreign policy themselves warned that this would happen. And it did.
Well, you heard from Scott Horton. We're also here with Wilmer Leon and Garland Nixon from the Critical Hour. We talked to Wilmer earlier. Garland, what do you think of the rally today?
Oh, I'm very happy with the rally. I think we have a great turnout. I think it's very exciting. I like what I'm hearing as far as the speakers, and I also think that there are probably a lot of people around the world watching it. We're going to see it, online. There'll be a lot of views. So I think it's a concept that is being developed that we all have our ideological differences, but we've got to come together around a particular priority. In this instance, nuclear annihilation, which I think is a pretty good priority. If you're going to look for priorities, that's probably should be right at the top of them. And I think we're making that point. That's what I think is important. We are making that point.
What did you say in your speech today?
Well, it's interesting because I didn't have a plan as always, but what I wanted to do was just give a little bit of my background, that my dad was a hard hat wearing member of a union, but he was a hunter and he had dogs and shotguns and he rabbit hunted. That I was a police officer, but I'm still a far lefty. And the point was to the people out here was the connection between regular old working class people out here, regardless of our ideology, is one that we can all think about, associate, one that we can recognize. There were people there who completely disagree with me that heard that same story and said, yeah, that sounds like my life. But that the people that are making the decisions, the neocons that are putting us all in jeopardy, they don't have that kind of story. And the people who have similar interests, similar needs, and similar backgrounds, regardless of their ideology, need to come together for a common cause.
And what do you think about the controversy of I think there should have been more black speakers. That's just...
Certainly, but it is what it is. You got to crawl before you can walk. Certainly. And you know what? We could pick this thing apart and say there should have been more of this or should have been more of that. In hindsight, we can Monday back, quarterback. But in reality, we still have to focus on the importance of the message and what we're trying to do and say, okay, this was our first thing. If, in fact, we're able to put together some other events or whatever, we can look at maybe some of the errors that we made and try to correct them and try to sharpen things up a little bit in one way or the other. So I think it's important for us to, keep in mind the importance of the cause first and foremost.
Absolutely. Ron Paul has just arrived, 87 years old, from Texas. Let's
An all-purpose declaration.
He barely appears in person anymore. He has just come in from rally. This is one of the last, along with Dennis Kucinich, one of the last presidential candidates in any major primary I can remember who made opposing the regime change and imperial wars a main part of his campaign plan. And he's here right now, along with Daniel McAdams. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Max, how you doing? Great to meet you in person finally.
Good to meet you.
All right. Here's Max Blumenthal.
Great to meet you finally.
Hi, good to meet you.
It's an honor. All right, glad you're here.
So yes, Russia illegally invaded Ukraine.
Nice to meet you at long last.
And we have Joe Loria from
Bring Elizabeth with you. She's in Fayetteville, Arkansas. But some guy who knows is driven all the way from Arkansas. Not her.
Let's get you guys together. You got I would say is left, and you're definitely not a man of the left.
I was a registered Democrat for my whole life until about 2003. No, we don't mean Democrats. We're talking about left.
I wouldn't call them left, but I know what you're saying. You were a liberal.
I was a good liberal. I went to California public schools. I was trained to be the best liberal that the state could provide.
Well, so was I. I still believe in some of those ideas, you know?
Absolutely.
But I'm I'm not. I definitely wouldn't identify with the right. But what do you, first, Joe? What do you think of the rally and the model of change being put forward?
I like it. I think it's just gotten started. We have a lot of other important speakers here, but if you could focus on one issue together, and this is, I mean, anti-war is important at any time, but this particular conflict, it's like what I said to Patrick's radio show just now. We're headed towards what Condoleezza Rice talked about. Mushroom cloud. Everybody comes out and opposes with this escalation. It's very frightening.
Patrick, what do you think of the rally?
It's amazing. I think it's great. But I was going to ask you, how on earth did CNN allow you to talk that long and say everything that you wanted to say? That was like a miracle of media.
There's a Twitter account, Turncoat Don, a Jimmy Dore fan, and he edits things that I do on the Grayzone or Jimmy does, and then he superimposes them on CNN broadcasts.
Oh,
so of course CNN would have never allowed me on.
That was a spoof.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You got punked.
Totally.
Spoof. Yeah. Well done. I was not on CNN. Don't worry. But
they should have you on. They should have you on.
They can't. They can't have any of us, and they never had. I knew Chris Hayes. I knew a lot of those people, like back in the Nation days. I knew Rachel Maddow in the Air America days. They would have never had one Russiagate critic on, just one, or Aaron Mate or Joe or anyone, because the whole narrative would fall apart in 30 seconds and they could never put it back together again. As you know, in the UK too, the UK still has will still have some, like George Galloway will show up sometimes. That doesn't happen here.
Yeah, rarely these days. It's as corporatized in the UK as it is here. In some ways, even more so. The Guardian has become this sort of machine that basically backs everything the NATO does. That backs the deep state. The entire WEF agenda, everything, big pharma, you name it. The Guardian used to be vanguard of the left.
Yeah.
And anti-war and things like this.
And you can see, like in the upper left-hand corner on Guardian articles, this sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on articles on African development, things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're completely bought off. But Joe, would you say that when the Guardian was raided, that was kind of a turning point?
A lot of people say that. I mean, they gave up
raided by the British security
state. They gave up the hard drive. They destroyed the hard drive in the basement of the Guardian.
What was amazing about that was they made the Guardian gave them hammers to smash the hard drive.
Themselves.
They made them do it, while the GCHQ agents stood around to watch. That was.
Now, whether they had another hard drive somewhere else, we don't know. But even to symbolically give in to the police like that, to the authorities, terrible. I think there were other things at play, but certainly Catherine Viner taking over has been a disaster.
We just heard from Jill Stein from the Green Party. They had a very contentious vote over supporting this rally, but they voted to support it. And it's actually, the Green Party leadership now is Howie Hawkins is pathetic. So he supported the Syria proxy war, he supported Ukraine proxy war, and Jill was the last gasp of anti-imperialism. What do you think of all the attacks on this rally, gentlemen?
I think you said it perfectly in your skit with CNN, that they don't like the fact that there's people from different, political ideologies, factions, parties coming together, because it means that you can't sort of do the hall monitoring anymore at this point. And there's some powerful, influential people here, former congressmen, Dennis Kucinich, Ron Paul, 2 different parties, Tulsi Gabbard, journalists like yourself, Jimmy Dore. I mean, there's an amazing collection of people that don't specifically identify with whatever the orthodox or the heterodox party line is, that they're just basically around issues. And this particular issue is extremely important because we're over the precipice, facing the point of no return very soon if things escalate at the current rate that they are.
Right. Is it a good turnout today? What do you think?
I'd say maybe 3,000 people, 4 maybe, even more than that.
If that were true, if it is 3,000 to 4,000, that would make this the largest anti-war rally in 20 years, maybe less, maybe since 2007, maybe. And minus some of the anti-war forces that.
What was the 2007 rally? Syria?
2007 was the last Iraq, Afghanistan rally that I know of. And then, Obama was elected and the whole thing went to hell. Remember all the Priuses with the Obama bumper sticker and have a peace sign next to it?
Sucked all the oxygen out of that.
Well, I don't know if that could work with Biden now. This administration.
It's not as appealing as Obama. And he's an old white guy.
Yeah.
White liberals aren't exactly inspired by his personage.
Who is?
The virility.
I'm inspired in a way because, if I'm that old.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he kind of does a little jog when he comes up on stage.
He looks spry, running out of the helicopter.
He's on. So imagine if Reagan had cognitive enhancement drugs like Biden.
Not just cognitive enhancement. Have you seen the? I don't want to get into the face.
Oh yeah,
like Trump said, they gave him a shot in the ass before that debate. Gave him a shot in the ass. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think they did give him a shot.
He got B12 shots every morning with his cornflakes. Kidding me?
Yeah. Well, let's hear from. We got. Thank you, fellas. Gerald Celente is on stage.
He's pretty good.
Let's
He's
hear a
given
little
a good
bit.
speech.
All we did was focus. I am angry at the mainstream media prostitutes. These little media whores that get paid to put out by their corporate pimps and their government whoremasters. All they do is keep selling war, hate, fear, and hysteria. They ban us who speak for peace, love, facts, and freedom. The big story making the news. Vice President Kamala Harris announced that the United States formally determined that Russia committed crimes against humanity. Hey, Harris, did you like the Iraq War? How many people did Miss Stein say Americans killed? How about those crimes against humanity? And where's the Cartoon News Network, CNN? Oh, showing everything the crap spewing out of Kamala's mouth, but never showed every day of Americans being slaughtering people all over Iraq. They never showed the Americans' 20-year war in Afghanistan, slaughtering people every day. But every day they have the Ukraine war. Every day they're media pimps. I am angry. Yep, because anger looks toward the good of justice and the congressional crime syndicate running and ruining America by their constant warmongering deeds is immoral. They call where we are Washington. Guess what? Washington must be turning in his grave to see the little freaks that they call Congress, that they call Washington. This is President Washington, a guy that crossed the Delaware, that really fought, not like you little guys playing president, not like you little boys and girls playing Congress. Can you imagine Mitch McConnell fighting? Little Lindsey Graham fighting? Little Adam Schiff fighting? George Washington warns us, his farewell address, no foreign entanglements. Quote, it is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world. The nation which indulges towards another's habitual hatred or habitual fondness is in some degree
a slave. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Slavelandia. Because that's what they've done to us. The plantation workers of Slavelandia. Jill Stein and others gave all the facts about how the war machine is robbing us of our money. And look at the lights of what's happening in this country. I once occupied things nearly a decade ago. And I've had a number of peace rallies. Our platform is honor the founding fathers. Close up all of those bases overseas and bring the troops home. Secure the homeland with our troops.
So, are we rolling? Yeah, Gerald Celente, who you're hearing from now, was a USA Today columnist who was removed because he said the U.S. was going to lose the Afghan war.
To those listening to this stream, these speeches are also being streamed on Saved, so
Let the people vote. Let the people vote. Let the people vote.
You won't miss
Let the people vote.
the rally.
Let the people vote. Not these little clowns, these little gutless boys and girls that love to get us killed as they keep taking money in their pockets from the defense industry. Morons and imbeciles call it campaign contributions. Adults call it bribes and payoffs. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you're doing. United we stand, divided we die. And thank you all for putting this on. Thank you.
Hey, Jill Stein just sidled up right here, so we're gonna talk to the former candidate for president from the Green Party, who he also was the former target of the U.S. security state for imaginary Russia ties. Jill, what do you think of the rally?
I really love it. I really love the sense of community and common purpose here that really transcends the right-left illusion. I'm more convinced than ever it's not right versus left, it's the 1% versus the 99%. And you really feel that here. You see people move all the time from right to left, from Trump to Sanders, and back again. And I feel like this is proof of the pudding, that there's a lot of unhappy campers out here who really want to see profound change. And that starts with dismantling the war machine, which is really critical to everything else that we want to do.
And talk about the Green Party vote on supporting this rally. It was pretty contentious. Can you tell us about that debate?
Yeah, there was quite a debate. Our Peace Action Committee, which is, composed of the people who are really paying attention and who are following the news, their vote was overwhelming in favor. It was really a unanimous vote from the active members of our Peace Committee. So there was no question. There is a small fraction who is very pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia. They are a small and increasingly marginalized faction. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to be sure to be here, because most of the party stands where I am. Some stand further to the left, and they didn't want to be here. And then there are a few further on the right, and it was them kind of at the margins who were, really trying to oppose our appearance here. But most people felt the way I did, which is that nuclear war is a compelling issue. We can't afford not to stop this war.
Well, what are you working on now? I mean, you're not the Green Party's under different leadership. Is it Howie Hawkins now, or who is it?
Well, he was, but he's really, I think, lost his credibility. And his basis.
Well, he was a supporter of a lot of wars. And then we look at the Green Party in Germany. It's one of the worst parties in the world, period. Definitely one of the most hypocritical.
And I'm proud to say the European Greens tried to get me thrown out of the U.S. Green Party. They also refused to allow me to speak when I was at the conference of the Global Greens that was hosted by the European Greens several years ago. So, I mean, we've had our differences with the German Greens for a long time, and we are on very different trajectories. Some Greens really debate why are we remaining part of the Global Greens, and this is a very active debate right now within the party about whether we want to be in that Green Party or do we want to join the Iceland Greens, which are a whole different bag of worms, and this is very much up in the air.
Okay, well, what do you think of the rally so far?
I really like what I'm hearing. I really love talking to people, and it just sort of reaffirms my faith that we can overcome, and people really get it, that our most powerful our powerful forbidden truths are being suppressed. Our job is to talk about those truths and to get the word out and to mobilize people, because when people realize that we are really being shafted by this war, the economic costs, the cost to our budget, the environment, you name it. I mean, there's nothing that we can do when 2/3 of our budget is being consumed by the war machine. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm here to help spread the word and to help propagate these forbidden truths and to help build the movement. So I'm very excited about where it can go. Just FYI, I'm also consumed right now fighting the Federal Election Commission. I don't know if I've shared that with you, but once the Senate Intelligence Committee got done with me, the Federal Election Commission kind of emerged, and that's a battle that I am fighting, which is actually quite informative, because while the Federal Election Commission's basically dark money, foreign corporate contributions, and it's my intention to help, because when people complain about the war industry buying, well, actually, the FEC has the capacity to block to all government contractors. Last I heard, military contractors are contractors. They should not be able to make campaign contributions. That would really blow their stranglehold on the political system.
Yeah, the whole system's rigged against independent politics. We saw with your run where they layered a fake investigation on top of what they've always done to independent candidates. Jill, thank you so much for what you're doing out here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your efforts in the party and outside for peace.
Thank you. Likewise.
All right, so we just heard from Jill Stein, and let's move over here. How are you?
Your audience is far larger than you think. I've never missed any of my family, the Grayzone, ever.
Thank you so much for
and
being
I
a
should have
part
brought
of
my
it.
Management of Savagery. It's a great book.
Someone wanted me to sign it over.
I should have brought it with me. I forgot all about it coming in with Dennis.
Well, I'll try to write another one.
I hope so.
I just got to raise a kid first.
I hope so. Voice of reason.
What's your name?
Dave Kelly.
Great to meet you, Dave.
Nice to meet you.
That was a great speech. Nice to see
All right.
you.
Yeah.
I really liked your speech.
Get you on our live stream real quick. We're here with
sure, okay.
Jeremy Kuzmarev from Covert Action Quarterly, which is a legendary publication, in many ways kind of a sister publication of the Grayzone. We are inspired by the work of Covert Action Quarterly over the years and Counter Spy. Talk about the work you're doing and how it figures into this rally.
Well, I think it's really important because we've been involved, exposing the backstory. I mean, what the American public isn't informed about is how the CIA, manipulates political affairs in countries and provokes Russia. I mean, the CIA was involved in the Maidan coup. The CIA was involved, in the dirty war in eastern Ukraine, training operatives. Apparently there's a whole floor of the SBU that the CIA took over. So, the media doesn't report on that. So the public thinks that Putin just got up one day and invaded, and it fits a long pattern of CIA intervention like in Vietnam. I think the CIA is behind a lot of the propaganda and misinformation, just like they were in Vietnam. They're creating false atrocity stories in that war, just like they're doing now. So I think it's very important to expose that, so readers can understand really what's going on and how the U.S. government manipulates affairs in foreign countries, provokes conflicts, promotes propaganda, and that's our job, to try and expose that and educate the public so they're better informed and they resist these reckless and illegal military interventions that result from the CIA operations.
What do you think of the rally?
I think it's great. I mean, I thought some of the speeches were terrific, such as Max's speech, Chris Hedges, Jill Stein. I think it's nice to see a unity of right and left, and I think the point was made that, yeah, it's really a dire crisis now. And I think you made the point that people on the butt end of U.S. empire don't care what the political divides are. They want to see a unity and a movement in the United States to try and arrest that war machine that has devastated them. So we have to form a coalition as wide as possible, and that's really important.
What do you think about it? I mean, I associate Covert Action Quarterly with the left, the anti-war left. That's right. What do you think about all the left attacks on this rally?
My point of view is that we need to build a wide coalition against war, against the CIA, against empire. So I'm not as concerned, about whether however somebody identifies themselves. I think the importance is of building coalition building. I mean, our magazine's for everybody to expose covert operation and illegal activity. So,
thank you, Jeremy.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Thinking man's perspective. Really appreciate your work.
Yeah.
We're gonna hear from Jimmy Dore right now.
It's great to hear. It's really encouraging to see so many people come out like this. It really warms my heart, and it reminds me of my best friend, Mary Crimmins, who's a hilarious and courageous comedian, a staunch critic of the U.S. government, and I know he was glad to be here today.
Jimmy.
On my feet. Hold on. All right, so I'll hold this. So I've been thinking of my friend Barry Crimmins. He was a hilarious and courageous comedian. He was a staunch critic of the U.S. government, who I know if he was alive would want to be here today. And people would always ask him, hey, if you don't like America, why don't you move to another country? And he would say, because then I'd become a victim of our foreign policy. Is that what? People can't hear it back. Why is this? It's too low. It was just really loud, and then it got really low. Can we make it louder? No? Can we make this louder? Where's the guy? Is it over here? Can you make it louder? Can you make it louder? No? You can't make it louder? Oh, there you go! There you go! Holy shit, that wasn't hard, huh? What the fuck? Alright, I'm not going to start over, but I should. Start over? Alright. So, I'm reminded, when I look out here, of my friend Barry Crimmins, who was a hilarious and he was a courageous comedian. He was a staunch critic of the U.S. government. If he was alive, I'm sure he'd be here today. People would always ask him, hey, if you don't like America so much, if you're such a critic, why don't you move to another country? And he said, I would, but then I'd become a victim of our foreign policy. Joke word twice. He used to say there's a reason why there's no viable third party in America. It's because corporations don't want to cut a third check. And that's a shame because the two parties in America that we have just ain't cutting it. They both support sending over $100 billion to Ukraine. We could have spent that money saving lives with universal health care, but instead we spend that money taking lives overseas, which is our specialty. We send them what we call foreign aid. Foreign aid, that's money to another country. We drop care packages on their heads from the sky, but it's not full of food. And the only money we have left over, we're going to spend shooting down hobby balloons. Can you imagine if Independence Day was just about balloons? I mean, the movie. Right? The aliens are invading, and man, they are taking their time. At least Macy's figured out how to make a balloon look like somebody. They could attack us with Superman or something. Would Mickey Mouse's adorable ears eavesdropping on our cell phone conversations be so much worse than the NSA? I don't think so. Do you know we can end this war today through diplomacy, but our politicians want to enrich weapons manufacturers so they keep donating to them to the tune of $100 billion. Chris Hedges has called America a mafia state. Systems of governance that are seized by a tiny cabal become mafia states. The military-industrial complex and the Ukraine war represent an orgy of looting and corruption. America is the most powerful mafia that has ever existed. And the hitmen in that mafia have military pilot licenses. The difference between our government these days and the mafia in the 1940s, well, the mafia in the 1940s helped defeat the Nazis. They use longshoremen and union leaders. It's a sad day when you can't even trust the mafia anymore. Do you know what America really needs? We need to take the money out of Ukraine and give it to everybody here so we can buy a balloon and a gun. That's the only way we can settle this. We all need to be floating around shooting each other down out of the sky. Better yet, the guns shoot vaccine syringes. Yeah, that's America. Eat boosters, you motherfuckers. America is so corrupt, even our Peace Prize winners are war criminals. Barack Obama won a Peace Prize and he immediately ramped up the war in Afghanistan, started bombing Libya, put a hit on Osama bin Laden, dropped 26,000 bombs in Syria. And that's the thing about those Peace Prizes. Nobody ever tries to win a second one. I have a list of things we could have bought with that $100 billion instead of sending it to Ukraine for killing people. Instead of sending money to Ukraine, we could get President Biden a dog that knows where to lead him when a press conference is over. We sent enough money to Ukraine to buy everybody a tank of gas. For all the money we've given to Ukraine, do you know how many eggs we could buy? Almost a dozen. With $100 billion, you know, they could say you could end homelessness for $20 to $40 billion. We could have ended homelessness, then restart homelessness, then say we were only kidding, and then end it again. We can't end homelessness in America. We can't even fix the bridges that the homeless people live under. That's how corrupt we are. Every American for $100 billion could have had a home. But it's way more important that we make sure nobody in Ukraine has a home, because now it's going to be turned into a crater. We could give every homeless person in America $160,000. Or, if you want to help Americans but still show our support for Ukraine, we could buy every homeless person in the United States 7,000 Ukraine flag fleece blankets. We could have used that $100 billion. $100 billion would have provided universal health care to all the people in Algeria, Botswana, Morocco, Rwanda, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Romania, Croatia, Mexico, and Peru. Oh wait, those countries already have universal health care. My God. For the $100 billion, we could buy 2 FTX collapses. For $100 billion, we could buy every person on Earth a blue check mark on Twitter. Because shouldn't we all have an equal opportunity to be insufferable assholes? For $100 billion, we could get Chick-fil-A to stay open on Sundays and perform gay weddings. For $100 billion, we could buy an entire separate Russian invasion of Ukraine and have enough left over to pay Hunter Biden's monthly salary for the rest of his life. For $100 billion, we could break the Bank of England 3 times. We could buy every man, woman, and child in America an opportunity to pick something really nice from the Goop catalog. I know I didn't get that joke either. For $100 billion, we could have the entire cast of Shark Tank dropped into an actual Shark Tank. We could pay for 90 Alex Jones lawsuits. We could buy a shit ton of balloons to spy on China and still have enough money left over for complete regulatory capture. Isn't that special? We could have gotten like 5 experimental drugs approved. For $100 billion, we can remake the Marvel Avengers movie with the entire original cast, but as a porno. We could do that 90 times over. We could have spent that money on transportation, high-speed rail, but it was more important to fund the people who duct tape somebody to a lamppost with their pants pulled down. We could cure cancer, but Big Pharma wouldn't be happy with that because they prefer sick people instead of healthy ones. With the money we sent to Ukraine, we can hire an entirely separate new police force to protect us from the current police force. We could have funded everyone having free college instead of buying a Mount Kilimanjaro's worth of blow for Zelensky. Why are we sending that money to Nazis in Ukraine when we could be funding Nazis here in America struggling to buy eggs? Isn't that just like our government to neglect all the Nazis we have here in America? This is really a fight over nuclear war. Just across the road, there's a statue of Albert Einstein. Man, he looks depressed. He once said, if I could do it all over again, I'd be a plumber. You know why he said that? I thought it was because his toilet was always backed up. It was because the military-industrial complex used his science to kill people. They took Einstein's discovery and used it to melt the skin of Japanese civilians. Entire cities full of children and animals extinguished in less than a minute. Generations poisoned by radiation. Bombs today are much more powerful than those bombs we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I know there's some people who wouldn't show up to this peace rally, this anti-war rally, because of some of the speakers they didn't like on this stage. And I get what they're saying. They're saying, hey, I want to help stop a nuclear war, but not with those people. I get it. I'm the same way. My house caught on fire a couple of months ago, and when the firemen showed up, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's your views on Social Security and Medicare? I mean, I get this is a scary situation. My house is on fire. First, I need to get your stance on LGBTQ and gender-affirming surgery. I know my house is burning down, but are you vaxxed? I need to see proof of at least one booster. I need to know what your position is on gender-affirming surgery. What age should it start and what's your cutoff? And they're standing there looking at me like I'm fucking crazy. I guess you don't get to put out my fire then, and my house is going to burn down. I hope you're happy. So when people give me a litmus test and they ask me what kind of lefty am I always say I'm a Sandy Koufax lefty. Okay. When it comes down to survival, which this is, there is no gift basket with a card thanking you for your participation. You don't get everything attended to like in a hotel, but maybe you do get to survive. And that's the whole point. Save the nitpicking for Whole Foods. The people who won't be attending today had never any intentions of doing so. And if it wasn't one of the speakers, it would have been the weather. It would have been because they had more important things to do than survive. They'll be home watching CNN not cover this all day. The people who don't want to attend this rally because they don't like a speaker reminds me of what W.C. Fields said, that he won't drink water because fish fuck in it. You have to work with people you disagree with big time, even sometimes people you hate, because we need each other to survive. I'm reminded of the words of Frederick Douglass, who said, I will join with anyone to do good, but with no one to do bad. If Black Panthers can march hand in hand with the KKK down Las Vegas Boulevard to get welfare payments reinstated, we can join hands with the right wing, the libertarians, the left, the socialists, the communists, everybody to stop a nuclear war. And what's happening right here at this rally is what actually scares the hell out of the establishment. Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us, and we share a common enemy. That enemy is the military-industrial complex and the oligarchy. The same oligarchy that did a controlled demolition of our economy, and then they want me to hate my neighbor for the pain I'm feeling because of that, because they wouldn't take a vaccine that didn't work the way they said it did in the first fucking place. Well, I'm not going to hate my neighbor. I'm going to love my neighbor. Because my neighbor is suffering under the same oligarchy that I'm suffering under, and he didn't cause it. The oligarchy did, and they don't want us to join together. And I have one message for the right and the left. If everybody on the right could just realize that not everybody on the left likes Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. We just want to end the wars and have health care that doesn't bankrupt us. That would go a long way. And if everybody on the left could just realize that not everybody on the right is a white supremacist Trump or gun nut, they're just fucking gun nuts. I love you, love each other. Come together. I'll see you at the next anti-war rally. Say together.
Jimmy Dore! Yeah! Who thinks this guy should run for president? Yeah! That's right!
People have spoken. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to have some incredible music coming up for you next. Was there anybody here who might have attended it? He's going to be speaking soon, but right before that, we're going to have some music for you here from Jordan Page and Tavia. Right now, Jordan is a liberty lover, a lawful advocate, libertarian citizen.
Hey, Max, what's up, man? It's Are there any Jimmy Dore and Ron Paul fans? Yeah! Oh, look, we need Hey, you guys think that we should just leave it at this? Or you think we should do another one?
Just to show you all what the crowd looks like out here, it's gotten much bigger than when we started. I don't know the numbers, but it feels like this could be one of the biggest anti-war rallies in a long time against a lot of opposition.
How was the flight over?
All right, take it away, guys.
I do. They'd all be here. Those boys on the tracks killed themselves, Max.
Bill Clinton.
Okay, they killed themselves. Yeah. Are you going to go to the White House, Max?
We're on a march, right?
Yes. I was speaking at the White House.
Good, good, good. I'm going to continue my sunburn. This is the most sun I've gotten in a long time. I mean, when they say Rage Against the War, so white, you know, I definitely don't have the melanin to compete against that. But I'm enjoying the vitamin D. I feel good out here. And it's nice to meet people offline. You know, this is also a rebuke to slacktivism.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's trolling out here. Well, I hope this does troll the war state.
Streaming encourages people not to come out.
Right. Well, for those of you who can't be here, what What the hell? I hope our numbers are really low right now and you all are here.
For the next rally, hopefully we can say, come on out next time in the future, because this will be the first one. It's going to be more, right?
Yeah. I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be.
Yeah.
The war's not going to end.
No. Well, we got to keep pushing for it to end. Yeah.
Well, we got Ron Paul coming up. Here, Danny McAdams. The Ron Paul Institute.
How you doing?
One of my favorite libertarians.
My favorite progressive. But you're not really that. I'm not really libertarian.
Yeah. Well, why don't you describe yourself?
I mean, the Ron Paul Institute was not formed as a libertarian think tank. You know, it was. I said the story before, but after the 08 campaign, Dr. Paul got together Cynthia McKinney, the Constitution Party, the Libertarian Party, and they all got together and agreed on a few basic things, you know, which is about war overseas, the Fed facilitating war overseas, and, you know, and like a few basic principles. And that's what we were founded on, to be a broad-based coalition party rather than, and a lot of people, they get confused and they say, oh, that's really bad for a libertarian to say. And I said, we're not a libertarian think tank. You know? We're friendly to libertarians.
Right,
you know,
right.
But,
You know, most of what I see at the Ron Paul report, it's like foreign policy, straight coverage of geopolitics, of critical coverage of U.S. empire, a lot of the same stuff we do at the Grayzone.
Yeah.
And we try to do it without an ideological flavor. We're not trying to push people one way or the other.
Yeah.
We're just telling them how it is, and that's
how you print all over your work practically.
Right on.
But you know, I mean, Dennis Kucinich was with us from the beginning. He's spoken at our conferences. You know, we're very close to him. So I mean, we see it's beyond left, right, or libertarian.
This alliance has always been there, at least since I started. My first protest against any war was against the Iraq War.
Yeah,
Before it started, I was outside the Westwood Federal Building in LA at the first one, and there were libertarians there, and they've always been involved.
I was with my son in 2003.
Yeah,
this big rally here. I wanted to be a little bit provocateurish, so I held up a sign that said "right-wing anti-war." And you know, because it was all kind of a lefty rally,
right.
And so everyone, it was a great opportunity because they would say, "Well, what do you mean by that?" And so it was a great opportunity to explain. You know, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it was a way of saying that, you know, we've got a big alliance here.
Well, the battle lines weren't really clear. The real ideological and political battle lines were not clear during the Iraq War. Move On was sending out people and astroturfing the rally with like just loyal Democratic voters because it was Bush's Republican war.
Yeah.
Then you had a lot of people on the right supporting George W. Bush, and until they felt the moral injury of the war and saw the soldiers coming back.
People like the late Congressman.
I know who you're talking. Walter
Jones, yeah.
Walter Jones from North Carolina. He supported the, like, freedom fries, renaming French fries, and then he became one of the biggest opponents.
Yeah, he was so ridiculed, and he just took it because he felt like he had a penance to pay for his sins of supporting the war. And sadly passed away. He was on our board too.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard a story about him that the war had traumatized him so much that whenever he would see photographs of dogs or puppies, he would start crying.
Yeah, he was like that. He was a great man. I mean, he became like from a hard, like neocon-ish to very, very different. You know, he drove, you know, the outreach. He drove our outreach to the left on the Hill, which sadly dried up when Obama was elected.
Yeah,
because he was elected as the anti-war president. Right. And all of a sudden, we had a lot of lines behind the scenes. Like I would do stuff like leak talking points from the Republican side to my Democrat friends. Like, here's the shit that's going to come up in the committee. You guys should be ready for it. You know? Here's what they're going to pull. You know, and all that just disintegrated, sadly, when Obama came in. And I understand the hope, but it didn't pan out.
Has it come back in any way? And how would you assess Ron Paul's legacy going forward to this rally from his presidential campaigns?
I think there's still the remnants are out there. There's a lot of them. And
Tulsi Gabbard, hey, how are you?
Thank you.
We'd love to get you on our live stream at some point too.
Sure.
All right.
Hi.
Tulsi in the house. So we're with
she was just meeting with Dr. Paul for an hour before the event.
Yeah, you were saying about Ron Paul's legacy.
I think it's his legacy because the whole thing about Ron Paul's runs for presidency was that it was an outreach beyond left and right. He had so many people from the left that were interested in it as well. There was a lot of sectarianism, which we have today in this event, but I think he was like a pure Ron Paul was explicitly non-sectarian, and of course, the experts want to frame things, right? Campaign people want to frame things, but pure Ron Paul. But I think the excitement now, with a lot of heavy caveats, there is some movement on the right opposing this war. Of course, a lot of them are, we don't want this war, we want to go to China, and that's a big problem. But there's a little bit of leverage, I think, now on it,
So what does it signify that you walked in with Ron, and he doesn't do that many in-person events anymore. He's 87. You guys are in Texas, so that's a long way to come. We're hoping to get him on camera, but this must have been very important to him.
Yeah, it was, because I honestly did not expect him to come. He always says no, and I could just see him mulling it. Every time we went to the studio to do our show, he'd ask me a couple more questions, and then he kind of, he just realized that it's important, like after about a week. And so I was really surprised that he came out.
It's touching for me to see him here and inspiring.
He's in great shape, but it's not easy to get around, and his wife is back at home, and she's elderly, and it's tough.
He's in better shape than our president, it seems. But probably without all the cognitive enhancement drugs. But,
yeah. His cognitive enhancement is walking 4 miles a day.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, you're with him every day doing the report. Well, that's amazing. Well,
I can see if.
We would love to get this for a minute. We're listening to Bob Dylan, Masters of War, classic anti-war anthem, and we've been talking to Daniel McAdams. We're gonna keep doing these interviews all day until my face looks like a goddamn tomato from the sun. We still are going to hear from Tulsi Gabbard and Ron Paul on stage, as well as Dennis Kucinich, who was the last Democratic candidate, along with Tulsi Gabbard. I can remember saying anything about the war state. Daniel, anything else you want to add to our audience at the Grayzone? Anything else you want to say?
I love the Grayzone. The Grayzone is great. We push it all the time, and thank God for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tell people about your show if they don't know about it.
The Ron Paul Liberty Report runs live at noon Eastern Time every weekday on Rumble.
It's a great show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Well, me and Anya are here, and the back of her head. Yeah. How old is she? She's 2.
Government takeover, so you'll do corporate takeover.
Nice.
Hi. Yeah. Are you live now?
Yes.
Hey.
Iverson just gave a speech here. Can you tell us about where you came from today, your show, and what it means to be here at the rally?
Well, I flew in from LA yesterday. So important to be here for this. I mean, it's just really an important event that we all have to be out here really expressing our concern and our feelings about where our government is headed. We have to get out here. We have to show. It's the only way they listen. Otherwise, they don't listen to us. So it's really important for me to come out here. And I'm happy to be here. Max was awesome, by the way. I was after Max spoke, and then Chris Hedges, and then I spoke. And Chris Hedges took up a lot of time, thank goodness, because I was like, I hate public speaking, I have to be honest with you. But to me, it was so important for me to come out here that I was willing to put that aside and do it, even though I really don't like standing in front of a crowd and public speaking. But this is an important event, so.
You're also mobilizing your viewership.
Yeah. Right, and so it's just really, really important to be here. But I just gave a little speech, that wasn't too big, but hopefully impactful, and hopefully more people, want to join in on this cause.
How do you view peace activism as a tool for what we're trying to achieve? I mean, do you think it may be the only actual tool that we have, or do you think it's one of many? Because some people would say we can move the right way and solve this problem. Right to our congressmen and solve this problem.
Revolutionize. There's a few different ways, I suppose.
How do you view this as part of the toolkit?
Well, I think it's a really important part of it. I mean, at the end of the day, politicians definitely take a lot of money. They definitely worry about big corporate interests, but they also worry about getting reelected. So they do listen to their constituents to some level. So it's really important that we, people also follow a herd mentality in a way. That's why corporate media is such a sham, right? People watch CNN and they just gobble it up and they don't think about anything else. And same thing, they scroll through the news and they watch they read the headlines and they gobble it up and they don't think beyond that. So if we can make a dent in that by putting in front of them a different viewpoint, they might say, actually, I agree with this. Not so much all of this. That's saying more war. We must keep funding. We must. Having a big event and getting out there, this is how we make that change. This is how we change minds. 1% at a time.
Reality-based context creating is part of that. See a lot of people out here I'm glad that it happened. Like previous wars, reality
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more. I'm just really concerned about where our country is headed. I'm concerned about the funding. I'm concerned about all this enough to be here. If I haven't really stopped to think about anything beyond that, to be honest with you.
The stream here, people are commenting that it's heavily censored. It's not gone above 150 normal life people have.
Yeah.
They were obviously censored. Saying something important.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
That's really what to do it. It's like it'll be online in about 48 hours.
I'm just excited. I'm inspired by the vibes here, and I'm still in speaker mode because I gotta go next. A little bit before Ron Paul and Tulsi. Like I'm like 1 or 2 speakers before them. I'm happy with it. I'm just glad so many people showed up. See the wasteland, and it's too late to pretend. Her and all the others are just getting mobbed. But I'm sure there will be an opportunity. Thanks, Chris.
How are you doing? I think I've heard of it. What do I think of them staying silent? Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's nice to meet you. I was following you on YouTube when you had less than 2,000 subscribers. Yeah. I mean, you've been so successful. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. In fact, on her show, they did a whole thing about it, about how. That's right. Yep. Yeah, I forgot who it was you interviewed.
Who?
The guy you just interviewed recently. He wrote the whole thing about how it's stupid and immature that people weren't able to come together.
Oh, Chris Hedges.
Yeah, Chris Hedges. Yes, thank you. Chris is amazing.
Yeah, Chris is great.
May I have a picture with you?
Sure, of
I've
course.
been a huge fan of yours for so long.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah, you crashed. Oh, you're next.
sorry, this is Johnny. Follow me.
Oh my God!
Oh, thanks, man.
Tatiana and I met 11 years ago in February at the Blumenthal March on White. It's pretty close to the same day. This song is aptly titled "The War Machine," and the dedicator is building his
Any musicians? Yeah. Well, I can tell you, just made over chefs, including Jose Andres, official ambassadors. They literally work for the State Department now as chefs.
Great.
The Biden administration is working on all fronts of soft power. Jose Andres is a guy, he's in Ukraine, he has this world food kitchen thing, and they've used it as like a foreign post in Kharkiv to, I think, collect intelligence under the guise of feeding the people. He's now an official State Department ambassador. He's taking over the... What's that?
In Kharkov?
Yeah. Jose Andres, and we're going to cover it at the Grayzone, but he's taking over the DC restaurant scene.
Great.
Him and his investors, you know, he was there at the State of the Union. He was like he's always with Nancy Pelosi. So it's not just music, it's like every aspect. Then you look at the influencers they recruited to push the vaccine or something. The CDC, Congress authorized millions of dollars to literally pay influencers through the CDC to promote the vaccine. Same thing. And then you have, I don't know if the State Department's sending people over, but I've met lower level musicians who've been sent to like Eastern Europe to perform like hip hop and stuff. I don't even remember their names, but they're definitely still doing that.
Like you say, COVID really normalized a lot of this crap in terms of the permanent war state and mass surveillance, having to influence the public a certain way. You know, it really did normalize. It's horrible. It's increasingly panoptical.
Yeah, it's like people on the left were like, "Why? Who cares if they're paying influencers? It's saving lives."
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
But that's how the neocons and people who believe in American hegemony feel about the State Department recruiting people for soft power. Most people in the city feel that way.
Yeah. These leftists have no concept of like history or like what has happened in past regimes like this. It's like they've never read a freaking book, and they all went to all these fancy colleges and studied, this and that. But
well, it's kind of like a lot of the ones I knew who like are so-called anti-imperialists. They only read mainstream media when it came to COVID, and they fundamentally believe in credentials.
Yeah.
They're credentialists because they're highly educated. And so when a guy comes out in a white lab coat with a stethoscope on and says, "I am, Dr. Dr. Science," they just fall down and believe him, and then they consider everyone else anti-vaxxer and conspiracy theorists. And now they're being more and more credentialed. Scientists are coming out and saying, well, we've always known to be true.
In a way, it turns the working class against the left project even more because they're tired of economists saying the economy's growing when everyone's lives are going to shit. They're tired of all these credentialed people. The opposite of what they say always seems to be the truth. The news people,
Right.
Scientists are now right in there. It's like anybody that is credentialed, a lot of people instinctively no longer trust.
Right.
So it's just, like you guys always say, it's creating the breeding ground for like real fascism to actually take over.
It's like the fake anti-Semitism allegations. They call everyone an anti-Semite to the point where the allegation has no meaning, and then real Nazis can be like, well, they're just falsely calling me an anti-Semite. That's what our media does. It's the boy who cried wolf. They sap the meaning out of everything, and they're doing it to themselves. The only they always said that. Well, the media is the only institution hated more than Congress.
Yeah, and that's the one thing Bernie should have done more is called out the media more. I was a Bernie guy, but wanted to ask you, did you have a video where you talked about Judith Butler, and all those French philosophers working for the CIA or being linked to the CIA? I thought I saw a video of yours about that, and I can't find it.
We probably did. She did some bullshit to us, but she signed a petition attacking the Grayzone or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember it, but I used to know her because she supported BDS for Palestine. So she took her name off the petition when I didn't feel like I did enough. But all that academic language and the academic cultural studies and post-structuralist culture, she's really at the heart of this.
Yeah, I know. I have a master's in undergraduate philosophy, so
and it complements imperialism.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm really interested in, is how the quote-unquote ostensibly left movement has been
imperialism.
Yeah, moved around.
Intersectional imperialism, that's what we called it. We have an interview with a guy named Chris Mott on intersectional imperialism, so check that out.
There's a good PDF on it. It's called The Woke Imperium. Did you ever read that?
That's the guy who wrote it.
Okay, I read that, yeah.
So we had him on, so it's on our YouTube channel.
That might have been how I found it.
I mean, that's the real future of empire now. And, you see all these right-wingers out here. I mean, they just don't buy it. They're not buying it anymore. So who will organize them?
Yeah, that's the question. Is someone like Jimmy Dore who can kind of speak to them but has these, Social Security, Medicare values, or is it going to be someone who actually wants to just destroy everything?
I mean, I started covering the right during the Bush era, and it was like the Christian right supported all of the wars.
Yeah.
They were Christian Zionists. They supported the wars more than even the neocons did, because they saw Saddam. They didn't care if Saddam had WMDs. They saw Saddam and Osama bin Laden as connected by Satan, and that was Bush's base.
Yeah.
A lot of those people don't believe in it anymore. I got a friend in the crowd who's a former Marine who served in Afghanistan, officer level. I was like, what do you guys think about this and going to war with China? He's like, none of my Marine buddies have any interest in doing this anymore. It's flipped. And if you remember the 2008 Ron Paul candidacy in the South Carolina primary, he started picking up all these votes, and you looked at the areas for Ron Paul. Where were they? That's where the military bases were.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go try to talk to him now. Good.
Yeah,
Yeah, real quick.
Frank
I was
Scavelli.
not, but Wyatt Reeves is around here.
Yep, thanks for all you guys do. I watch Grayzone all the time. Yep. South Jersey.
I think they're unworthy victims, like
me,
Palestinians.
Sarah, my friend Phil, I don't know where he went, but we all took a bus from Philly to be here.
Those people have been,
They've
been going through for 8-9 years.
Yep, I really think we need a left-right synthesis. That's why I wanted to come, not just for the speakers and the People's Party, but the fact we need to bring sort of anti-big bank, anti-Federal Reserve, anti-security state.
I know there's a lot of.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I know.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the center, and then people opposed to it, sort of. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. We got to move past it. It doesn't mean anything. It's a tool division.
I get so many emails and DMs where I learn so much from people. So you all are our intelligence agency.
The only thing I would say, what's a shame is
Well, good talking to you, man.
We got to move on.
Yeah, thanks, Max. Thanks for all you do.
How you doing, brother?
Right. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming out.
Love it.
Love it.
My man.
Right on.
My man.
Yeah. Real quick, and then I want to go do some interviews.
You guys got some two balls hanging, man.
I'm serious. That's my man right here. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I got to turn left and cough then.
Good. Hey, would you ever take this photo for me, please?
Right.
That's funny, young guys.
You guys got two balls hanging right here.
We drove with my son. We really want to say hello to the
All right, I'll bring them out. Thank you.
What's next? When's the next one? Is it? I heard Scott Ritter talk about New York. Is that just a pipe dream, or was that?
Yeah, this is a bit just the beginning. It's a big rally in Central Park for disarmament and negotiations. That's what Scott Ritter did with his life.
I know that's what he did. I'm asking when. Is it going to happen this summer?
We'll find out.
Thank you.
Raymond here. All right, how are you feeling?
Good. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I kicked it off What do you? We're live on the Grayzone.
Oh, you're live on the Grayzone.
What do you think
Oh,
about
you
the
did
rally?
a great job.
Thank
you did
you.
a fabulous job.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. What do I think about?
What do you think about what you're seeing today?
Well, it's kind of a little surreal for me.
Why?
It's different than anything I've ever been to in terms of an anti-war rally. You know, I'm used to the people on the left who we've worked with for years and years, and the same kind of folks. So this is so interesting. I've been going to the tables along the side and talking to people, and you know, there's a great sense of urgency, which is so important. And people saying, as you said, and as so many of the speakers have said, we gotta get over our differences because this is too critical. And when I saw the Ron Paul standing next to Dennis Kucinich and Tulsi Gabbard and Jill Stein, and you know, it's like a motley crew on one hand, and on the other hand, it's people who are taking a principled stand against war. So it's great.
I think it's the resistance. You know, I spoke at Defeat the Mandates rallies about the war state and Assange, and the whole crowd rose to its feet in LA as soon as I mentioned Assange. This was 10,000, mostly right-leaning people. And for me, being a part of that was also about carrying energy out of that into the next protest against the war. I feel like something's happening out there that a lot of people don't quite understand, and we need to harness it. How do you think we can harness this energy going forward?
Well, it's so interesting how many of the people are free Assange people, and how that Assange movement has really already crossed a lot of boundaries in terms of ideologies. And in terms of going forward, it's going to be tough because you know, there's another rally that's planned for March 18th that's going to be people who are more kind of the traditional left. We'll see how that goes. But I think out of this really needs to come some unified movement that gets over this idea that you can't link up with people who don't agree with you on all kinds of other issues.
Yeah, like economic issues. I spoke to some people over there, and they're like, we watch the Grayzone all the time. You're turning me into a leftist. So I think those, you know, you want to segregate yourself from that, but you consider yourself an organizer of a revolution? No.
You want to meet people where they're at and take them with you to the next level. And the only way you're going to do that is by talking to them, getting your materials out to them, working with them.
Yeah, I think we can win the war of ideas. One way to win it is to actually talk to people.
The problem right now is we don't have anybody in Congress.
Yeah, nobody on the Democratic side.
And on the Republican side, they're also not taking a smart position. The extreme right of the Republicans are taking a resolution that nobody else is going to sign on to than, you know, the 11 people.
Yeah.
So I think we need something that's a little more, you know, in tune with what's possible in Congress right now, and then we push them from there.
So you're having a lobbying day on the 21st, what, at 10 a.m.?
At 10 a.m.
Where should everyone?
We're going to tell people meet at 9:30 at the Rayburn cafeteria, and we're going to go do sit-ins in offices of both the Democrat and Republican speaker and minority leader, and then we're going to go do lobbying in all of the offices of the Armed Services Committee.
Okay, great. And I want to hear Scott Horton speak, but one last question. Do you want to address the controversy of why you are not allowed to speak? Because I think you, of anyone, should be speaking to this crowd.
Well, there are people at Code Pink who are very concerned about the positions of some of the other speakers, and I want to respect them, and for that reason I'm not speaking.
Okay. Well, I hope that they listen to the speeches here. My speech, for example, and so many of the other speeches. I think they're just buying into a cartoon. They're buying into propaganda, and I know you respect them. You have to work with them. I do not respect them. If I were in charge, I would have them all go to HR. The HR director would fire them all. Then I'd fire the HR director. And
good thing you don't run an organization that has a bunch of staff.
I do, and I do.
I know, but an organization with a bunch of staff people who have different views, and you have to find common ground. So the common ground is that I'm here with all of you, just not speaking.
Right. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. Let's go hear
And
what's about
ProPink
it.
is rallying, doing one of the sister rallies in San Francisco.
As well as kind of had that into
This would not strengthen NATO, but weaken it by provoking right-wing nationalist ethnic backlash against the new order in Europe. W. Bush.
We're hearing from Scott Horton, who's one of, I think, the most important libertarian anti-war thinkers and writers, and a friend of the Grayzone.
They brought 9 more nations into NATO, and in 2008 at Bucharest promised to bring Ukraine and Georgia into America's military alliance as well. He also tore up the anti-ballistic missile treaty and installed Mark 41 missile launchers in Romania and Poland, which are dual-use launchers that can hold Tomahawk cruise missiles, which can be tipped with hydrogen bombs, violating the spirit of the INF treaty. Barack Obama did a lot of things, but the worst thing that he did was he overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second time in 10 years, in 2014, in the phony Maidan Revolution, which was really a coup accomplished by no-fooling, Hitler-loving Nazis on the ground. Now, Donald Trump came in and was falsely accused of being a pro-Russian traitor, so what did he do? He poured hundreds of millions of dollars worth of arms into Ukraine to prove that it wasn't so. He sent more trainers and added more sanctions on Russia. Whether he was in on it or not, his government tried to overthrow the government of Belarus in 2020. He also increased naval exercises in the Black and Baltic and Oshkosh Seas and Air Force exercises over Europe. He also, on his way out, Donald Trump tore up Ronald Reagan's great achievement, the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty of 1987, and George Bush Sr.'s great achievement, the Open Skies Treaty of 1992. Joe Biden has been bad on every bit of this the whole time. As a United States Senator, as Vice President, where he oversaw the 2014 coup, and as President of the United States, where he spent his first year in office, 2021, pouring more arms into Ukraine, reiterating promises to bring them into the NATO alliance, and increasing military interoperability between their military and ours, making them essentially a de facto member of NATO. Now, the Biden administration told the media that they calibrated.
He's like 3 after me. So
he's saying
yeah,
more.
He said, I think
Thank you.
See their statement?
Right on. Hey, I'm sorry about the mandates rally.
O'Rourke, yeah.
Either they're really terrible.
I just got to move real quick. So.
Calibration and deciding just how many weapons to pour in to prevent a war, or they're lying about that.
Well, I thought we were interviewing Ron Paul, but
might sound
we're not.
a little conspiratorial.
You're going to interview him?
There's very good reason to think so.
I'll be right back.
It's clear that in the run-up to the war, the Biden administration refused to engage in any real diplomacy to prevent it from happening. And not only that, interfered with peace talks in March and April of last year, which could have brought an early end to the war. Still, this war was not inevitable. Vladimir Putin and his men obviously have their share of responsibility here. However, the U.S. did so much to cause this war and prevent earlier talks to end it. They must be made to seek compromise now. former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mike Mullen, and the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, have both said that it's time for Ukraine to quit this war while they're behind before they get too much further behind. Officials told the Washington Post 2 months ago that they understand Ukraine cannot win this war. They just want to prolong it a little bit longer before the peace talks. Well, that's just not good enough. They cannot win. They should be talking to end the war now. Now, some of you might be familiar with a study from 2019 put out by the RAND Corporation. It was called Extending Russia, Overextending Russia. It was all about how to provoke Russia into expensive new commitments in Syria, in Central Asia, and including in Ukraine. But the point I want to bring up to you from that RAND study that was pleasantly surprising to me was how often they bring up the importance of public opinion in that study. Well, we would like to do X, but the people of Germany are against it. We'd like to do Y, but the people of France won't stand for it. We think we'd like to push this far, but public opinion polls in America say that the people will not tolerate it. You might not have thought that they cared about what we thought at all, but they do. They know that we have the power to make them stop. So it is up to us, the American people. Our government is risking a nuclear war over a country they're not even willing, so far, to deploy ground troops to. It's madness. We, the people, demand talks. Negotiate now. End this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next up, we have someone who embodies the courage that everyone in the government, everyone in the military that is Anne Wright, because in 2003, the lead up to the Iraq War, Anne resigned from the State Department. She resigned rather than go along with the Iraq War. That's the kind of courage we need. The kind of courage that Snowden showed, that so many others have shown, that have stepped down. And it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, it's so good to see all of you out here. It's not ending, it's not that war.
I'm speaking after 2 or 3 more speakers here, and I'm impressed at the endurance of the crowd standing out here for hours and hours, but it's a worthy cause, you know. It's the most important cause. If you don't survive the nuclear weapons, nothing else matters, so I'm glad some people are out here today.
We'll get to this anyway. My name's Ann Wright. I'm a retired Army colonel, 29 years. 29 years.
We're dealing with the deaths of a lot of civilians, maybe hundreds of thousands, and we're dealing with the risk of billions of civilian deaths, and almost a complete absence of truth. You almost can't talk to people, and almost a complete absence of the notion that truth matters. You know, when you tell people some unpleasant facts, they don't usually tell you they're false. They tell you they don't help their party. They don't help their political objective. And this is a very dangerous situation.
It's plain wrong, and if you look at other things that are going on, I live in Hawaii, and that's halfway to China, and guess what's going on there? The provocations that the U.S. government is doing on China, we need to be protesting that. Let's prevent that war. We're unable to prevent this war that's going on in Ukraine. So we've got a lot of work to do. There are lots of countries that are saying we don't want to have this war going on because we know.
Well, until the wars go nuclear, the greatest number of casualties are
because of the redirection of the money. The money kills vastly more people than the direct violence of the wars. There's no comparison. I can elaborate for hours if you want. You tell me when to stop. When you look at the amount of money we're talking about, roughly $1 trillion a year just from the United States, and roughly another trillion from the rest of the world put together, a couple of $1 trillion a year spent. I'm not even talking about the destruction and the damage or the lost economic opportunities. And when some 30,000 a year could end starvation worldwide, when 10, 15,000 could address the lack of clean drinking water worldwide, when you're talking about amounts of money that people can't even imagine, it becomes ridiculous to say we need the money here at home. This is money that could transform the world, not just this little corner of it. So my complaint is not that good money is being spent on foreigners who aren't as important as me. My complaint is that money is being spent on destructive, murderous activities that put the world at risk rather than on human and environmental needs around the world. You're talking about an extra $100 billion that they pulled out of nowhere. When anything I bring up that's a useful spending program, the immediate question is, where are you going to get the money? Where are you going to get the money? But when it's for war, when it's for bankers, the money just appears. And this is the problem. And so when you have people who are usually screaming bigger government, sharing a stage with people who are usually screaming smaller government, and they're both screaming different government, spend it on useful things or tax cuts rather than on death and destruction, that's a positive development.
Mark yourself safe from a Chinese spy balloon. Can you do that real quick? And there. So, who knows about General Smedley Butler out here? I can't even mention him today. War is Iraqi. He gave a speech almost 90 years ago, and General Smedley Butler was a senior Marine Corps officer who fought both the Mexican Revolutionary War and World War I. At the time of his death, Butler was the most decorated Marine in U.S. history. During his 34-year career,
I have my rather uninformed opinions about medical spending priorities. But spending on medical needs, I'm in favor of in general. Spending on bioweapons labs, I'm not in favor of. But spending on health and spending it vastly more efficiently than the corrupt system in the United States. We don't actually need much more spending on healthcare. We just need a non-corrupt, non-privatized. We need what the Biden campaign and the Democratic Party promised 2 years ago. We need to expand Medicare, lower the age, develop single-payer healthcare by stages if that's what it takes, rather than what they're doing, privatizing Medicare, right?
That is not what it seems to the majority of people. It is only a small inside group that knows what it's about. It is conducted for the benefit of the very few and at the expense of the many. Out of war, few people make huge fortunes. And the crazy thing is it's the same today as it was back then. War is still a racket.
It's a completely perverted and evil and corrupt system, as anyone can tell by turning on a television and having medicines pitched to them by commercials rather than by doctors. It's outrageous. I have no expertise in global health, but anyone can see that it's completely corrupt. And the war spending not only takes away from useful healthcare spending, it puts an impediment to global cooperation on urgent emergencies, on pandemics that arise, on refugee crises that arise, on environmental destruction, on the non-optional crises that we should be addressing rather than creating optional crises like wars.
The CIA conducted a civil war by selling crack cocaine in the United States. They killed black people at home and brown people in Latin America. The prison industrial
thank you, David, for being on our stream. David Swanson, one of the real veterans and heroes of the anti-war movement, a real stalwart.
Great job today.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
And did I also mention that all wars are bankers' wars?
My jacket.
They're damn straight over there. And war is still Iraqi. The same way it was in Iraq.
Done, I think he wants
When people refuse
soon, I think.
to deal with the fact
Maybe
that
if you have a chance when you're done, you can talk to Max for a
weapons.
minute.
Okay? One man tried to stop the war,
Yeah, but I don't want to do
but
it
it didn't
before.
happen.
Okay.
Okay, no
So
problem.
I say, all
Good luck out there.
wars are still bankers' wars, are they not?
Oh, you did.
You're damn straight. Now, the first thing we have to do is realize that we have no friends here in Washington. For we have a Congress that is more like professional wrestling. The Democrats. And no, let me say this much. They are not the lesser of two evils. These parties, they appear to be oppositions, but they're really not. And what are the Democrats? They are the let's send weapons to Ukraine Democrats, the let's invade Haiti Democrats, the let's sanction the hell out of Syria Democrats, the oh, I like this one, the we came, we saw, he died Democrats. They're also the CIA and the FBI are now the good guy Democrats.
I know a guy who knows you, Nico Kiriakis.
Basically, they're the Trump derangement syndrome Democrats. In other words, they're just the synthetic left. And the Republicans, are they really any better? Really? I mean, let's not forget that this Ukraine war when it started, if it wasn't for Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell going to Ukraine in 2016 and then talking to Nazis to go invade the Donbass.
Yep, next. Okay, yeah.
Mitch McConnell was just seeing Zelensky last year in a delegation with the Republicans.
You're good to go.
Let's not forget, they're also the Afghan war and the Iraq war Republicans. Let's sanction the hell out of the Nicaraguans, Venezuela, and Cuba because they're socialist Republicans. Let's take on China because of a balloon Republicans. They are, in essence, we still remember who you are.
It's great if you can get anyone from Iran to trust you coming
Matt
from
Gaetz
here.
is now floating a bill out there to end the Ukraine war, and that's great. You want to end war, so be it. I'm all for it. Frankly, I think you're a little bit too late because almost 250,000 people are dead. But let me just say this to the Republicans out there right now. Don't think for 1 second, for 1 second, we're going to let you defund the war in Kiev against Moscow, and then take that money over to Taiwan and start another proxy war with Beijing.
I know plenty of people there, but they mostly say doing nothing is better than anything you could do, and
did I mention that all
if I go on Iranian media, no Iranian's going to believe it, and no American's going to believe it because it's Iranian. And if I go on U.S. media, no Iranian's going to believe it.
So here's it's all messed up as the wind is blowing, but let me just finish up with this.
Did you talk with Dennis?
Kucinich? So this is the hard part, right? We understand what we're up against.
I can go find him. I mean,
we understand that
he's
we
very
have no
good
friends here in
guy to
Washington.
talk to.
So what do we do?
Okay, wait a second.
What do we do? This hasn't been the first time this has happened before. They had major protests against the Iraq war. They had major protests against Vietnam. And yet, we're back to where we started from. And I know it's kind of trite to say, hey, we got to come together, but we must. The ruling class is definitely separated. They got us fighting against each other. So all we can do is get in there and get dirty and have some robust discourse. We got to cancel Russia. We got to get out of your isms and talk. We can't play red team, blue team anymore, because if we do, we'll surely die. So I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Remember that all wars are bankers' wars, and let's do the work.
He said after he speaks, he won't do interviews before he speaks.
Let's fight back, and let's rage against the war machine. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that energy and that strong message. Up next, we have investigative journalist Wyatt Reed. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What an incredible crowd. It's a beautiful thing to see so many people from so many different walks of life unite today to come out and say it's time for Washington to stop prolonging this war in Ukraine. And it's such an honor to speak alongside so many incredible anti-war figures. People like Dennis Kucinich, Ron Paul, people who've been, yeah, let's hear it for them. These are people who've been working to bring an end to endless war since before I was born. And today we're here to make sure our kids don't have to do the same thing tomorrow. The thing about war is that in America, sometimes it can seem so abstract to us, like it can never hit home here. But it can, and it does. You know, I grew up in Southwest Virginia, down the river from the Bradford Arsenal, where all the propellants used in American rockets and artillery shells produced. And every month they burn the explosive waste and they dump that sludge into the New River. So when I grew up, we just got used to the fish in the river with tumors that were bigger than their heads. We got used to our dad's buddies dying in unexplained explosions. We got used to our friends getting thyroid cancer in their late 20s. And it wasn't until I saw this war in Ukraine up close, and I was on the receiving end of these American shells, that we are killing our own people at home to produce, that it came full circle for me. Thank you. When I was asked to speak today, I knew immediately what I wanted to talk about, and that's the time I spent reporting from the Donbass recently. Because for close to a month, I got a chance to see and experience for myself exactly what those people have been going through. And not just since last February, but for 9 whole years. Nearly 15,000 people in these autonomous regions were killed before Russia got directly involved in this war last February. Now, since then, hundreds more civilians have been killed there as the Zelensky regime stepped up its bombing of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics, intentionally targeting civilian areas and residential buildings in what I can only describe as state terrorism. I don't say this lightly, but it's the only conclusion I can draw after seeing the reality on the ground up close. I say that because within 2 hours of arriving in downtown Donetsk, I watched firsthand as my hotel was hit in an artillery strike 100 yards directly in front of me, with what I later found out was a NATO standard 155mm shell launched by Ukrainian militants. I say it because I was able to get access to frontline towns and interview those who survived the occupation of their towns by the hyper-violent nationalists, groups with names like Azov, Adar, Right Sector, groups that were universally acknowledged as Nazis until last year. That's right. Nobody I spoke with who survived their reign of terror described them as liberators. Instead, they used words like fascists, killers, brutes. I say state terror because of Natalia, the 68-year-old babushka I met who was left crippled when the Ukrainian military bombed her apartment with a US-built HIMARS rocket. With no cell service, she told me she looks up at the faded photos of her children on the walls of her ruined apartment and tells them to look at what's become of her life. We asked her what she thought of Americans, knowing we supplied the Ukrainian militants with those bombs. She said, they must be beasts. They must not be human. They must have no heart. And I wished so badly that I could tell her otherwise, but how could I? Well, I'm looking out at this crowd today, and now I think I can. Finally, Americans are uniting to say enough is enough. If you think lives like Natalia's matter too, if you think it's time to put an end to Ukrainian boys and men getting slaughtered after being conscripted at gunpoint, if you think it's time to stop sacrificing hundreds of thousands of lives to try to overthrow the Russian government and send a message to China that it's time to stop the endless escalations towards all-out nuclear war, then it's time to stand up. It's time to stand with the people of the Donbass. Stand with the other Ukrainians too. The Russian speakers in the East who are banned from mainstream media airwaves, who've been systematically silenced and erased since the US-backed coup in 2014. So spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your member of Congress, stop pouring gas on the fire. Stop sabotaging the peace deals. Not a single penny more for these war criminals. Let's have peace for the people of Donbass. It's time for negotiations, not nuclear weapons. Thank you.
White Reed!
We got Grayzone comments saying that was one of the best speeches yet.
That's awesome.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Virginia represented well here.
I really appreciate that, Dave. Are we on? You want to just give some words? Well, such an honor to be here speaking today. Such an honor to be on with the best fans of the Grayzone. You guys got the best fans in left media for sure, whatever, independent media. The rally's amazing. I'm so glad so many people were able to come out. I'm so glad so many people are watching at home and following along. This is something that we haven't seen before in this country yet, but it's something that I hope will continue and we see much more of in the coming days. And hopefully with the coalitions we build today, that can start happening now.
Great speech.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. You really just spoke as a real chronicler of what was happening on the ground. How have things changed since you were there? Assuming you're still in contact with some of the people you met in the Donbass, what are they telling you?
Well, the war is still continuing. I mean, conditions change in certain areas from day to day, but the war is still being pushed, right? This war of aggression on the part of the United States, I would say. This war that became inevitable over the past 8-9 years now. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean specific? How have things changed, like in the nets, or?
Sure, in any of the places you've been, Severodonetsk, Donetsk, the city, as the shelling decreased. I know that we saw a shell pretty close and personal.
Right. Well, when I was in Donetsk, I did a lot of reporting with a British journalist named Johnny Miller, who does really great on-the-ground reporting for Press TV, who people should give a follow to if they don't already. He really helped me kind of get my bearings there, and I just saw him on Twitter post a couple hours ago that a cafe he was sitting in was shelled. That the windows were just blown out in a shelling. So it's continuing. It continues to happen, and really, there's this perverse kind of logic where the more desperate the Kiev regime becomes, the more desperate these nationalist militants that are really hyper-focused in the east get, the more they're losing, the more they ramp up their terror bombings on civilian areas, because that's their main source of leverage over the Russian-leaning areas. It's just, that's their main trump card, is we will just bomb the hell out of you whenever you beat us on the battlefield. So that hasn't changed, and I don't think it will change, I would imagine, until there's regime change in Kiev.
In order to aid me or those near me, the money, buying the weapons to ship to Ukraine and to prepare
I have no evidence of that. It's certainly possible that they're not, or that they are. It was very strange to me that it happened so soon after I arrived, but I have no reason to believe that they were necessarily targeting me. It's more likely, I think, that they were just targeting that hotel, which is it's a hotel that journalists are known to stay at. Certainly not beyond the realm of possibility, but I would imagine it's more likely they were simply just targeting a hotel that's known to host observers and journalists.
Weapons remain to end life on Earth, and the risk of that is rising. And the only way out of it, is the abolition of war and of nuclear weapons.
Aggression of the U.S. on Russia.
I know. The supporters of war believe against all evidence, but in line with everything this culture tells them, that war is a wise tool for defense, a belief on which limits are not easily imposed. Everyone is supposed to be welcome to believe whatever they want. But just
Right. And I think it's kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of like the position of this rally, right? We're not asking for weapons, U.S. weapons, to be sent to Russia, right? You know, we're just asking for no weapons to be sent, period. We're, you know, even as the demand, I mean, me personally, I come at it very much from the perspective, I'm very sympathetic to all the people that I heard in the Donbass who were saying, you know, this took too long to happen, right? This is certainly the majority opinion in Donetsk and Lugansk that Putin probably should have done this intervention in 2014. That seemed to be kind of the standard opinion that I heard when I was there.
As with Dr. King said, between nonviolence and non-existence. Any world we can hope for our children and grandchildren is a world beyond war. A world perfectly possible if we choose it, in which governments behave with the minimal decency we expect of preschoolers. A world in which we don't litter this new Roman Forum with marble celebrations and phallic eyesores.
Well, you know, they say, or at least Putin has said, you know, this was the whole point of the Minsk Accords, right? The Minsk Accords that we now know, according to former German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and the former French president as well, we now know the European guarantors of the agreement had no intention of fulfilling the peace accords at all, even when they signed them. They simply viewed them as a way of biding time and giving the Ukrainians the chance to become better armed for what they viewed as an inevitable war with Russia. So they were not negotiating in good faith. But all this to say,
hey, let's David Swanson, great speech. Just heard from David Swanson, and you know, we're streaming out here. I know our stream is being suppressed. I'm hearing that our last stream was suppressed. Google is attacking us. We got Chris Weaver. He's a soldier out here doing this live stream for you. So if you're supporting the Grayzone, you're supporting Chris. All the interviews we're getting. We're going to be out here all day. We're going to march to the White House. We're going to march.
Absolutely.
We're going to do any speeches there.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We're bumping up on 3 hours of the stream so far.
How's your hands? Normally we're at 2,000 to 5,000 at once.
And everyone's saying it's suppressed. They're saying we can only find this through Twitter or through the internet.
Wow.
We're going to train you with the help of Jose here so that you can go out and help us affect meaningful change and actually get some bills passed and get some things removed so that we can get out of this miserable
We will take those recorded videos and share them everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to make segments out of this. Highlights, your interview. I mean,
All those cameras there are all the congressional districts. All kinds of things.
we're going to make a show for Pacifica on it. So it'll get out there, but fuck Google. Fuck the algorithm. I mean, you know, somebody would make fun of that sign, God bless Elon, because he's like some billionaire. I mean, it's kind of absurd, but, you know, he did take on that regime on some level. Like, he restored Scott Ritter's account. He restored Daniel McAdams' account. Not he, but when he came in, that shit ended.
Right. Yeah, now it seems like it's even worse.
We're hearing from Nick Brana, who's the People's Party planner.
Feel that. So we're going to bring it right there, and so get ready for that. More coming from that in the next few days.
We're going to hear from Anya Parampil soon. This is Jose Briga, who's the guy you see interrupting a lot of the politicians who are for the war.
I'm really happy to see all of your faces here. And I also want to give thanks to Diane Sayre. She ran against Killer Chuck Schumer, and I worked on her campaign. And you know, people always ask me, like, how do you How do you just start doing that? How do you just stand up and start going after politicians? Well, the truth is I'm an American citizen, and I know what that means. You know, there's an old saying that goes, know where you stand, and then stand there. And where are we standing today? 100 years ago, this Lincoln Memorial was constructed. And inside, there's a sentence from the Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which says that we highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. But how do you actually do that? My answer is we have to be that free government that we intend to preserve, to improve, or to create. We, not our elected representatives, are the fourth branch of government. We are not congressmen, we are not judges, we are not the executive branch, we are more than that. We are the people. We are not a political party, we are the people. And we have the responsibility not to be divided in the face of injustice. What we do in America affects the whole world. So why are we, the people, doing nothing to stop our unjust wars? The bankers of Wall Street, City of London, the bank rollers, and the war profiteers hate you, us, as much as they hate Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, and maybe more. Judge them by their deeds. And if you don't believe me, look at our cities. They are destroyed. And it's even worse now. You know, I'm from the Bronx in New York City, and we used to say it's burning. But look what's happening in Ohio. It's burning down too. Will you, the people, rise up to stop it? And so to close, I would like to say that we have to listen to other nations and reject the idea that war is a form of diplomacy. Martin Luther King, who spoke here and is with us here on the mall, made the point that there is such a thing as being too late. It is not yet too late, but only if we unite above party, ideology, and personality. We have to establish principles for a new strategic and development architecture that treats all nations equally. And only when we remember that we are the people, that we have the responsibility to reverse injustice, foreign and domestic, will we create something better, a more perfect union. If we do our job, we will be the government that we and the whole world wants to see. So let's get to it.
Comments are saying that you should run for office. What do you think about that?
I'll be 25 in September. That's the legal age to run for Congress. I'll leave it at that. But Richie Torres, count your days.
Thank you, Nick. How is everyone today? It is beautiful. I mean, who can hate this country looking out at it? Look how lovely everything is around us. We have a beautiful day. If only all this were used for good instead of evil, right here in the heart of the empire. Look at it. Did anyone come here to DC in order to get here? Did they cross state lines? Great. I'd love to see that because the whole point of this is to overcome barriers, not just ideological barriers or physical barriers as well, to come together and say that we're tired of this war, as many of the speakers have mentioned before me. So I'm honored to be here. I want to, as others have emphasized, how inspiring it is to see former presidential candidates, 4 of them, Dr. Jill Stein, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul, and Dennis Kucinich. They each have their own flavor, but they all decided to show up today because they recognize that even though they each come from something different, we don't always get the opportunity to come together and show what this country is actually about, which is what I see in front of you today. I'm also disappointed that there are some people who couldn't share the stage with me today. Is Scott Ritter in the audience? I want to give it to Scott Ritter. He unfortunately couldn't speak today, but I just want to point out that more than anybody on this stage, Scott is actually someone who knows what it feels like to risk and lose everything, and he did it in order to stand up to the greatest humanitarian catastrophe so far this century, the Iraq War. So thank you, Scott. Unfortunately, even though she's back here with us, you know her, I love her, I do too, Medea Benjamin, a legend of the anti-war movement. She couldn't be on stage speaking, and I didn't hold that against Medea because I understand what she's up against. But what I do reject are the individuals and the groups who, instead of asking to be a part of this or working with us, having a conversation, they invested all their time into attacking us, smearing us in the most cynical way. And the reality is, building an anti-war movement is not about building anybody's personal vanity political project. It's not about building even necessarily individual parties. It's putting all of that together over the one umbrella of ending the war. We don't have the luxury in the grassroots when we're fighting for something to say that we want to play clubhouse politics. No, we want to sit in the same houses, talk to the same people that we've been talking to for, in some cases, decades, other cases, years. And everybody thinks the same, everybody looks the same. That's not fun, that's not growth, and that's definitely not building a movement. So I actually think it's great that people can come together and discuss the areas where they disagree. And, you know, we can debate whether or not teenage girls should have to share locker rooms or compete in athletics against biological males another time. Because the reality is, if the people who run this country right now continue down this path, those other questions aren't even going to matter. They're not going to matter. We all know the stakes of this war. And our job in the grassroots is to understand the stakes of the war and communicate to the people the stakes of the war and the cost of the war. And I mean all the U.S. people, regardless of what they believe in on other issues. We are all affected by this, not just in terms of the taxpayer dollar cost. I mean, we should be communicating to people that the price of gas at the pump, the price of the food they're buying right now is all tied to this war. You think sanctioning Russia's oil means that Russia's not going to make money off their oil? No, it just means we're sanctioning ourselves, not able to buy that oil, and then suddenly the price of oil goes up. I wonder why that is. So, it's about communicating the stakes and the real cost to people who might see the war itself as abstract. But it is also, I think, about being serious about what we're actually living through right now. I hear a lot of people talk about the lead up to World War III, and that's what we're experiencing right now. Hello. I would actually argue that we're already living through World War III. Because the world war that we are going to experience, that we are experiencing in our generation, is of the same nature as the world wars past. There's not trenches. The nature of the war is different. The battle is different. It's a hybrid war. They have economic sanctions that they levy as part of this war. They wage a media war through your mind now, not just on the television, but through social media as well. And there's a proxy war. There's a covert aspect, which is what we're seeing play out in Ukraine. Don't think for a minute that it's a war between Ukraine and Russia. It's a war between the United States and Russia. And our leaders openly say it. You've heard them all. The biggest cheerleaders of sending more war to the front line in Ukraine always make this really odd point. They say, no, it actually is a good investment because we can give them the money and they'll fight the war and we don't have to. Haven't you heard that? You've heard them say it over and over again. I heard Hillary Clinton say it. I hear Lindsey Graham make it. And the people who say that, they are so demented because they are openly stating that their whole vision for the war is dependent on their ability to send every last Ukrainian father, son, brother
friend onto the front line. They are happy to fight to the death of the last Ukrainian. The United States is. And so standing here and organizing something like this is actually the real way to stand up for Ukrainian lives, because the war, they're the ones suffering the most. And so that's why it is up to us to be serious about communicating the stakes and the costs. And just to point out one more time that the same system that is responsible for the train derailment in Ohio, where a corporation and the government basically now have nuked an entire U.S. city, is the same system that blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, creating the greatest environmental catastrophe of my lifetime. It's a corporate, oligarchical system. It's a militarist system. It's evil and it's rotten to the core. And when we are clear about those objectives and about the stakes, it's not so hard to put away our differences and to come together and rage against the war machine. So thank you all for doing it. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you to Mick and Angela once again. And no more war! Thank you, Anna. Okay, now we have a little teaser for you. Up next, we have Daniel McAdams.
Live on the Grayzone.
Oh, hey.
So according to
And
viewers,
director of the
Savvy
Ron
Stats
Hall
live stream is
Institute.
saying that our
Thank you so much for being
press.
here with
What?
us.
They're actually talking about
That sounds crazy. Yeah, definitely get
something happening there?
What?
Great job.
They lie. Say it with me. They lie. 20 years ago this month, Blumenthal went to the United Nations and delivered a pack of lies that got us into one of the worst wars in history. 1 million people died because of the lies told by Blumenthal and the neocons. White House, Capitol, State Department, Pentagon, CIA. This is the axis of evil war lies. Saddam ripped babies from incubators. Gaddafi handing out Viagra. Assad gases on people. Putin losing badly, but about to march into Berlin. All wars are lies. You're anti-war? That's nice. That's great. But everyone's anti-war. Victoria Nuland is anti-war. Lindsey Graham is anti-war. The ghost of John McCain is anti-war. I once met a missile maker. He was anti-war because his missiles were accurate and they reduced collateral damage. It's not enough to be anti-war, as nice as that is. You must be anti-war propaganda, because war propaganda greases the wheels of a war machine. We must fight the lies leading to war. We must refuse to take part in the war preparation for battlefield. We must follow a rule I call the Rockwell Rule, named after the great libertarian anti-war writer Lew Rockwell. Refuse to demonize any leader or any foreign government the CIA wants to be demonized. Refuse to do their work for them. They don't care that you don't support war. They want to get you to say it. So-and-so is a monster. Say it. Because when you say it, you help the war machine move a little closer. And then they'll say, see, even the progressives think that so-and-so is a monster. Even the libertarians say so-and-so is a monster. Yeah, they don't want to go to war. But see, they agree with us. Now we're proactive. We want to do something about it. They're layabouts. They don't want to do anything about it. So when you participate in the demonization that the CIA wants you to participate in, that the warmongers want you to participate in, you help the war machine move along. The only antidote to their lies is truth. So pray for peace and speak the truth.
we have 3 former members of Congress who came to join us today. I think you know their names. Dennis Kucinich, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul, former member of Congress from Ohio. Take it away, Dennis.
Thank you, Nick. It's a pleasure to join Ron Paul and Tulsi Gabbard and all the other speakers and all of you at this important event. Brothers and sisters, we gather here this afternoon before this national shrine dedicated to an apostle of healing with the recognition that we are at an epoch of American history, no less fraught than that which was faced by Abraham Lincoln, but with the knowledge that our nation has survived times of division by invoking the power of spirit, the light of truth, and in the words of the prophet Isaiah, through making justice the measuring line. We are here today in painful recognition that our government does not have the capacity to heal the divisions in this nation or the willingness to use the basic science of human relations, sincere diplomacy, to avoid violent conflict, and is, in fact, unwilling to end conflict peacefully. Its greatest talent is to craft misinformation and disinformation, to subvert the media, and misuse it as an instrument to incite fear and hatred among our people, exciting partisan divisions at home through crass politics, and stirring ancient hatreds abroad through lies, deceit, false flag operations, and provocations which profane the very essence of democracy. In blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, this government has deliberately circumvented Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, the authority of Congress to make war. It has violated international criminal law by conspiring to commit acts of sabotage and violence on the high seas. It has used illegal and unconstitutional means to destroy the energy resources needed to protect millions of people in Europe during the winter, and then to profit from its illegal actions by selling energy to Europe at a 4 to 6 times markup. It has done so. It has done so blatantly, cynically, simultaneously taking credit for the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline and then denying any role in it. I speak directly to those responsible, thanks to a courageous journalist, Seymour Hersh. Thanks to a courageous journalist, Seymour Hersh. We know what each of you did at the Nord Stream pipeline, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary of State, Mr. National Security Advisor, and Madam Undersecretary of State, and we will not rest until you are held accountable by Congress, by the International Criminal Court, and by the American people at the next election for your reprehensible conduct, which has debased our Constitution, undermined the rule of law, in our name, committed an act of war which threatened the peace of the world and the stability of our own nation. No amount of balloon militarism will distract us from your profoundly lawless, reckless conduct. Even intelligence professionals are aghast at your White House's incompetence and have lost trust in your ability to defend America. Oh, yes, you want to hold Russia to account. That will ultimately be up to the Russian people. But it is up to we, the American people, to hold you to account. To affirm that we are a nation of laws, not of men or women, to hold those in high office to the highest of standards of national and international law. If we fail to do this, we have only ourselves to blame, while our government descends into depravity and tries to frog march us directly into nuclear war. Under the pretense of the pursuit of national security, our government's aggressive nature has alienated nations of the world and caused them to withdraw from commerce, with long-term implications for the value of our dollar and our financial security. Our government has ceded our sovereignty in matters of commerce to the World Trade Organization, to the detriment of American industry and American workers. It has ceded our national sovereignty in matters of peace to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which prefers military escalation of peace and is content, together with this administration, to use the good, courageous people of Ukraine as pawns in a vicious and deadly geopolitical chess game, which began well before the illegal Russian invasion. And it is now planning to do for the people of Taiwan what it has done for the people of Ukraine, portraying China the aggressor while surrounding China with about 200 military bases. At home, our government has supported devastating gain-of-function research, which loosed the pandemic across our land. It has perverted social media to suppress legitimate debate over COVID policy, to the detriment of the health, welfare, and the will of Americans. And it has enabled the federal government law enforcement to be weaponized against political opponents, and has injected itself into social media organizations to impose political and ideological censorship in a manner characteristic of totalitarian rulers, attacking the patriotism of those Americans who dare ask questions. Such a government is neither deserving of the trust of the American people nor worthy of our tacit consent to make decisions in our own interest. This passage from the Declaration of Independence is compelling. Quote, that when any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. We must change this government before it destroys our nation. We must change the way we are governed, insisting upon a government dedicated to peace. And that dedication must be to peace at home and abroad. Strength through peace ensures our defense and our readiness by not wasting our resources on ideological warfare. I speak not as a partisan, but as an American who believes we are being led to the brink of annihilation by individuals lacking in self-control, obsessed with the exercise of global power, and incapable of invoking the power of nonviolent persuasion. As a congressman, I warned America about going to war after 9/11. I led the effort against the Iraq War together with Ron Paul, and saw the lies that took the lives of at least 4,491 American men and women, cost this nation more than $3 trillion, laid waste the country of Iraq, killing at least 1 million innocents, all because our leaders lied about Iraq and weapons of mass destruction and provoked great fear across the land. For fear is a weapon of mass destruction. Hatred is a weapon of mass destruction. Our nation used to lead the world in making steel, cars, and ships. Now, we lead the world in making enemies, confusing defense with offense, aiming ourselves at the teeth, spending trillions of dollars to advance an aggressive empire through the promotion of war. But the wars, my dear friends, have come home. While our nation spends $1 trillion every year to prepare for war, millions of Americans are ill-fed, ill-clothed, ill-educated, ill-housed, without hope for the future. We cannot fuel wars across the world and prevent and pretend that there are no consequences. The wars inevitably come home. The carnage is now in the streets of our cities, as millions of Americans are overwhelmed by anger, despair, hopelessness, and unrelenting mass violence. America's destiny in its founding was to be the light of the world, a free and independent nation among nations, not a nation above nations, not a military juggernaut roaming the world, conjuring dragons to slay. We were to be and are to be the land of the free, the home of the brave, not continually locked into fear by a government made of fearful people who are afraid of balloons. But instead, they really need to be afraid of the American people as we come to a realization that our government has been turned into a racket by corrupt, incompetent leaders. This then is a call for an American revival. A revival of courage, of authenticity, of a willingness to participate in the work of rebuilding our nation politically, economically, and spiritually. America longs for a return to government of the people, which focuses on taking care of things here at home. We as a nation cannot hope to favorably influence the conduct of other nations. Well, at least 30 million Americans are food insecure, 500,000 homeless struggle every day to have a roof over their heads, while American communities do not have clean water, and while our nation has shown itself incapable of even responding to the urgent needs of those affected by the derailment disaster in East Palestine. This government's chilling lack of compassion and empathy is on full display not only in East Palestine, Ohio, but across the globe. Policies which lack human sympathy portend greater and greater destruction. My fellow Americans, it is time to revive the spirit of America so that each one of us truly believes in the ability of the nation to function for the benefit of all of us. It is time to make real the dream of prosperity for all. It is time to make real the dream of education for all, and health care for all, and jobs for all, retirement security, and safe neighborhoods. It is time to revive the spirit of patriotism, which reflects a daily celebration of freedom where Americans are freed from government prying and spying into their personal lives, and where each of us is free to make decisions about our own lives, our own health, and our own beings. It is time, I'm almost there. It is time to revive the spirit of truth, of peace. The scriptures say, "Blessed are the peacemakers." It is time for America to establish a new role in the world where we demand of our leaders the ability to reconcile with other nations, to make peace with our brothers and sisters. We must coalesce as a nation to seek and define the underlying unity which binds us as Americans. Love of life binds us. Love of peace binds us. Love of country binds us. Brotherhood and sisterhood binds us. Love of home binds us. Love of church, synagogue, temple, and mosque binds us. Love of work binds us. Love binds us all in a union of hope. And as we revive our oneness as a nation, we proclaim the deeper meaning of our first national motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, we are one. It is then we can truly unite with the rest of the world. For human unity is the ultimate truth. We are interconnected and interdependent with people everywhere. And as nations strive for self-sufficiency, so too they must strive for cooperation. It is human unity which will save our planet from destruction and enable us to achieve a heaven on earth. It is the realization that we are, all of us, created equal and entitled to self-determination and self-fulfillment, individually and collectively. My fellow Americans, this our country, this land we love, to whom Americans pledge allegiance, must in turn pledge its allegiance to we the people, allegiance to truth, to one nation, under God, truly with liberty and justice for all. Let us proceed then by these words from Lincoln's second inaugural, with malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Up next we have former member of Congress Tulsi Gabbard. Give her a hand.
Aloha. Early one morning on a Saturday, on a beautiful day like today, in January of 2018, over 1 million people all across the state of Hawaii woke to their cell phones buzzing and ringing, radio alerts blaring, with a message that read, ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. I and so many others, I happened to be here that morning. I started calling my friends and calling my family, concerned for them and where they were. But just as you here might imagine, if we all got that alert at this moment, so too did people all across Hawaii start to ask themselves the question, where is their shelter? Where do I go? Where do I take my children to be safe, knowing that there is an inbound missile to Hawaii with a nuclear warhead and we have just minutes to live? We had college students at the University of Hawaii sprinting across campus trying to figure out where they could possibly go to get shelter. A father who lowered his little girl down a manhole, thinking that may be the only place she may be safe, and telling her goodbye, I might not see you again. I heard after from a father who had one kid in town on the island of Oahu and another child on the other side of the island, and himself in the middle trying to decide which of his children he might spend the last of his minutes with. An impossible decision for any parent to make. Countless others shared their stories of their panic, cowering in the bathtub with their kids, trying to understand. They're telling us to seek immediate shelter. Where do we go? And experiencing that harsh reality. That was as true for us there in Hawaii in 2018 as it is for us here today. There is no shelter. Our leaders failed us then, and they continue to fail us now. Those people who work in our nation's capital eagerly continue to escalate tensions, eagerly wage new Cold Wars, understanding that if there's a nuclear attack, yes, they will be okay in their bunkers where they literally have plans to be able to continue to wage wars from their bunkers without any consideration for the rest of us and the destruction and incineration that their wars will cause. This was ultimately the thing that caused me to run for president in 2020, because I saw where our leaders were taking us. I saw the dangers of where this new Cold War and nuclear arms race would eventually lead. Whether intentional or accidental, there is only one destination for such wars, and that is a nuclear holocaust. I made it clear then that this is a central issue of our time, the most important issue facing us in the 21st century, and that there was a clear choice in that election. We're either going to work towards peace, de-escalate tensions, move away from this new Cold War, or we will continue to race rapidly towards the nuclear brink. for a new Cold War with Russia, a new Cold War with China, and therefore racing towards nuclear war. Now, for those of you who remember that election, this issue was not important to the media. They refused to talk about it. They refused to raise the question in debates. There was no other candidate willing to talk about this issue. It was not important to them then, and it's not important to them now. And so here we are, 2 short years later. What I warned about then is now our reality. This proxy war that we're fighting against Russia right now could turn at any moment into a direct conflict between the United States, NATO, and Russia, a country that has more nuclear weapons than any other in the world. Now, anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that a Cold War can very quickly turn to a hot war. And then when you're waging a hot war against a nuclear-armed country, it's just a matter of time before it leads to the use of nuclear weapons at any moment. And here's the insanity of it all. We have talking heads on TV, we have politicians, we have very powerful people here in the United States and all around the world speaking with a straight face, well, you know, if we start World War III or when World War III starts, here's how we're going to fight and win. That if Putin decides to use tactical nuclear weapons, here's what we're going to do, as though such a war could ever be won. It cannot be won. World War III cannot be won. They're living in this archaic mindset of World War I and World War II and not facing the realities that we have today. There is no way to win a nuclear war. There's only one end, and that is a nuclear holocaust. So we're gathered here today because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. We know that there is a better way and that the task before us is urgent and necessary. We have people gathered here from all over the country, people who are gathered here from all ends of the political spectrum. And if we were to have a conversation, my guess is there may be other things we don't agree on. But the truth is that we could disagree about everything else. Everything else. But the one thing that we do agree on that brings us together here today is that we value life. We want to live. We want our loved ones to live and thrive. We want to be able to go out on a day like today and walk in the trees. And we understand that whatever our differences may be, that we must stand together who serve their master military and serving the people. Those warmongers who carelessly and thoughtlessly are sending us hurtling towards a nuclear holocaust that would destroy all life and the world as we know it. The only way we can stop them is when we stand together and lift our voices in unity, telling them no. We will not let you destroy us. We will not let you destroy our loved ones, our communities, our country, here in the United States and around the world. If we stand together on this one issue, we will be able to wrest the power away from those who don't care about us, those who bend the knee to their overlords in the military-industrial complex, take back that power and ensure that we take those trillions of dollars they are feeding into the war machine and instead dedicate those resources towards peace, prosperity, and freedom. We cannot be free and prosperous or safe unless we are at peace. We are the spark that has the power to light that fire to bring about change. So let that spark of love that exists in every single one of our hearts, that aloha, be that inspiration and that fuel that provides us with the courage to fight against these powerful entities, knowing that our cause is just, it is right, and it is necessary. We must work together towards this future and fulfilling and accomplishing this mission of peace. Thank you very much. Aloha. Thank you so much for that unifying message.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, give it up for the Congresswoman.
All right. Up next, we have the man, the myth, legend, and hero of the Liberty movement, former presidential candidate, and former congressman. Let's give it up for Congressman Dr. Ron Paul.
They stole my line. No, I was going to say and open up by saying thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation. I like to visit places where I have friends. There are a lot of friends of liberty out here and a lot of friends of peace. So I get energized with coming here. A lot of people give me some credit for coming and helping them along. But the truth is, I get energized. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for inviting me. You know, I was going to say that we've heard a lot of speeches, a lot of opinion in Syria. Now, nobody's for that, at least I've heard of. They didn't get a post, on that. This has been, you know, is that, but with that, understanding how serious this is, I have always come together and have fun. With it for 20 feet. Let me tell you, I stole my line, but I think that there's a reason for it. All kinds of taxes, but they never have enough money. They never have enough money, so they have to borrow a lot of money, and then people get tired borrowing the money and loaning the money to the government. So what do? They have this little gimmick called debt and print the money. And you know, if you're on the side of thinking our government is too big, and as libertarians, we generally think the government's too big all over the place, and we'd like to cut back. So if you can't print the money and you can't collect the taxes by debasing the currency and stealing the wealth from the people, unnerving the class of the poor, because that's who wrote that in the Constitution, and Jefferson argued for it. He said that you shouldn't even be allowed to have debt. I think that's a pretty good idea. No debt at all. So that is the way they soften it up, and the people go along with it and figure that, yes, we can do it, but they don't understand what's happening. But why do the people go along with it? And we spent a lot of time over the Mideast wars trying to stop that war. I didn't do too well. They still had the war, and you keep wondering why do they do it? Why does the government do it? It doesn't make any sense. And why do people go to war? You know, one thing I like executive order take us to war. We ought to have a vote. If you think we should have a war, have a vote and make sure that the vote is carried out by the people between 18 and 24. That's the group that gets punished the most, and the others convert to wars. But, you know, we were still out of that, and I thought about to remember him. And he has a famous quote there. He said, why did the people do it? And he had two things. He says, one, you've got to lie to the people, and they have to be big lies. If they're just routine lies, they won't believe you, and they'd ignore it. We tell big lies and tip them off so the people go along with the war. You know, it's why do the people do it and they march off? And a lot of the wars started off, people were against the war, World War II, and certainly the Middle Eastern wars, the people were opposed to it. But and this is boring, and I'll paraphrase, of course. He said, scare the living daylights out of the people. Tell them they aren't patriotic and they aren't for peace. And embarrass them. He says it works every time in every system of government in every country. Just scare the living daylights out of people. You know, I think that type of analysis applies to our war, scare the people and patriotism. And I'll bet you there's many people in this audience that have had to be on the receiving end of that type of thing. Oh, you're not for the wars, and you're un-American. And they did that once to me in the campaign. And it turned out that they were accusing me of being unpatriotic. I wouldn't support the war, you wouldn't support the troops. But when somebody came up with a statistic, it showed that Ron Paul had the most donations from the military. You know, I got to thinking, well, why should that be a surprise? I was in the military. They sort of drafted me, and I was in. But the people I knew, they were decent people, and the draft was on at that time. And they would say, well, why are you doing this? And the draft, of course, has not been used, but there's other ways of doing it. The book should be clean. If we're not for the draft, why do we have registration? They know where every one of us is. Not every year where you sign up with taxes. Every minute of the day, they know where every one of us is, and then they still make us go through the ritual of registering in case there's a war going on. You know, it's psychological preparation for people to know that if you want to be a good citizen and you want to be a patriot, you have to go to the wars. And people go along with that, and they don't want to be called unpatriotic. And I think we all sense and understand and may have some empathy for that, but it's wrong. It's deception, and it's part of this thing called artificial intelligence. You know, they come in and they lie through their teeth, and it's all artificial. But the artificialness of it, you know, is such that what you hear there, it might be disinformation, and they have to twist it around. If an individual is guilty of disinformation, have you ever noticed they might blame their opposition for doing exactly what they're doing? And they reverse it, and so there's a lot of fakery. This gets down to the whole issue of seeking truth in the big picture. We seek truth as we come to events like this, and we run for office, and we write and talk, and so many people here have their own way of spreading a message. So, yes, that is real good. But what we need, though, is some people really understanding the issues, because that is what will finally get people to change their minds rather than waiting. You know, one of the lines that was helpful for me in the campaigning, they would say, yeah, Ron, that's okay, we're with you on this, but it's so complicated. How do you stop these wars? I said, you just marched in, we can just march home. But now I've changed that a little bit. We shorten that. We have to anticipate. Just don't send them in at all. You know, there's such a fallacy, and this is part of the propaganda thing, that is so necessary, not for patriotic reasons, but for other reasons. And there's always an excuse. The one that annoys me the most, or at least close to the most, is this argument. They'll say, Ron, we need a good war right now. We're having a recession. Have a war and we'll get out of the recession. And it's the lingering of a foolhardy idea that the World War II got us out of the Great Depression. That's stupid. It wasn't true at all. The Depression got worse. Besides, we sent hundreds of thousands of people over getting shot at and killed, and they said, oh, the war's good, that'll get us out of our depression. So there's all kinds of excuses like that, and they don't mention the many things that have already been mentioned at this conference, that there's ulterior motives and, like profits. And we're getting too many of these special groups, like the military-industrial complex. We have the pharmaceutical-industrial complex, the medical-industrial complex, the whole works. What we need to do is have a people's independence, and they're the ones who should be looked at. And, another little rule that I think we should follow is that, and this is one word. I like to narrow down my philosophy. The other word that I like is voluntarism. We have a wonderful world to live in, and if you apply voluntarism, which is nonviolence, and you have voluntarism, what do you mean? Does that mean you can go to the store and buy what you want? No, voluntarism means that everything is done when it involves two groups or two people voluntarily. Both sides have to agree. Otherwise, you avoid it. You can't force anybody to do anything. And you know what would happen? Peace would break out. So therefore, you have to have the hoodlums up there making it so that it's not voluntary, and somebody gets to write a lot of regulations, and they get to do all the nonsense they do, and then they bankrupt the country. So that's the problem. I think voluntarism is just a great idea. And the other thing is when government comes to knocking on your door, that is the tough thing. And they will tell you one reason why they're doing this, because we're on the side of truth and the side of democracy and all these things. I work on the assumption of the issue of truth, I think, is very, very important. That's what we're seeking here. That's why you're here. But we know the truth. We generally agree with peace is good and war is bad. So we're pretty good on that. But we have to realize that a lot of other people, have to say that a lot of other people don't know much about it. I have a personal belief that we as individuals also seek for excellence and virtue. If we accept voluntarism and we accept this promotion of excellence and virtue, what would happen with that? If that happened, the government would be minuscule and they would be much better and maybe a little more virtuous. Thank you very much.
Is a video sent specially to us by Roger Waters, international rock icon, and right after that we're going to be marching to the White House.
We've got two speakers at the White House too.
Shout, because I'm in Switzerland.
Yes, I have.
Can you hear me?
Just make it really quick, okay?
As a young man, my mother once told me this. Roger, throughout your life, you will be faced with many difficult questions and quandaries. My advice to you, when you are, is this. Read, read, read. Listen to all sides of the argument, especially from those you don't always agree with.
What's going on? I think everybody's going on stage.
When you have done heavy lifting, the next bit is easy. So what is the next bit, Mark? Then you just do the right thing. The invasion of Ukraine
Awesome, man.
was illegal. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Also, the Russian invasion.
Cynthia is what somebody's texting me right now. Let me see.
I
did.
I just said his name, but that counts.
So, on behalf of the silent majority, I now address President Biden. Let us be very clear, Mr. President. I speak for the voiceless majority. You, Antony Blinken, Victoria Nuland, and Jake Sullivan, and the rest of the warmongering neocons at the heart of government here in Washington, along with the vassal states in NATO.
The activities with the people to change their minds and ways, and that's why I spend as much time in education as I do in politics.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Just because dating back in history of the last 30 years or so, you could have gone.
I think they had issue with her video, maybe. I think. I don't know. Yeah.
1989. You could have kept Secretary of State Baker's promise not to advance NATO, and you could have and the eastern extremities of a reunited Germany. You responded to President Putin's overtures in his famous 10th of February 2007 speech. Security and in 2008, you could have chosen not to expand NATO eastwards. Or, in 2014, you could have refrained from engineering the illegal NATO oddity.
Thank you. What's your name? Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So we're doing a lot of talking to people that are speaking, and I know which was fantastic, and you had a lot of positive viewers had a lot of positive things to say. So
Thank you.
I was just wondering if that anything to add about how to maybe organize in the future with your experience.
Every community in America needs to have an organizing rally like we've had here today. Because from that, we will create the movement that will not only stop these wars, but will enable us to have a new birth of freedom in the United States. And this is something that we all want. We want freedom from fear, freedom from war. Thank you.
You could have told Boris Johnson not to to scupper peace negotiations. Then, in September 2022, according to world-renowned investigative reports of the CIA, you blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. If that turns out to be true, a blatant act of war and an extreme act of global terrorism, releasing as it did 300,000 tons of methane into the atmosphere. As you, and Victoria knew about how pleased she is that it's a hunk of junk at the bottom of the sea. And Antony Blinken boasts how perfectly its destruction suits the US imperial agenda. And now, to cap it all off, you have your idiot mouthpiece, Nick Price, deny that the USA had anything to do with it. We have heard no statement from you, Mr. President. There is no mainstream media coverage. I guess you and the mainstream media think Cy Hersh's piece and the mysterious exploding pipeline is just of no interest to the people. Enough is enough! We demand change. Do the right thing. implement the ceasefire in Ukraine today. Imagine the collective sigh of relief across the globe.
Do you have your credentials?
Joining of voices in harmony, singing and peace. Imagine John Lennon coming in the air with his fist from the grave. You have
You got in without credentials. Yeah, you're fine. Hi. You don't have credentials? He doesn't have credentials.
This is it, everybody on stage.
The whole time. You're fine. You're fine. No, I don't want to talk. No.
Come on over, guys.
We will stop them from squandering our precious resources and their war. We will be able to feed our children, keep them sheltered from the storm. We may learn to cooperate with all our brothers and sisters of different ethnicities, religions and nationalities and save this, our beautiful planet home, from destruction. Wouldn't that be nice?
All we are saying
is give peace a chance. All we are saying
is give peace a chance.
we didn't plan that part. It was kind of impromptu, so thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Now we march. Get ready. It's going to line up over here. It's going to be starting there. It's going to be going on this side of the reflecting pool to 17th Street up to Pennsylvania Avenue. See you guys on the march.
Hey, man. Oh, fantastic. I wish Max would have did some more jokes. He was very funny last night. I don't know if you were at that show, but it was fantastic. Guy who crushes it doing stand-up. If I was him, I would, he's an okay journalist, but he's a much better comedian than he is a journalist. Imagine what he could do in comedy. Yeah. Well, good luck.
Are you going to go on the walk?
Yeah, I guess we're going. Hey, great speech.
Yes. There's a separate piece in the Washington Post that was so I actually didn't get a chance to read that. It's the most criminal negligence ever. It's the worst form of about to blow away on the
Okay.
We're just on
up here. We're going to march out this way.
Got a few minutes before we go out?
Probably a minute.
Dennis, 30 seconds for the Grayzone live.
What
do you,
Go for
you
it.
did? Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, we're good.
Do you think there'll be any accountability in Congress over Nord Stream? Any questions asked by anyone in Congress?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How do you see it happening?
The speech today.
Absolutely. Right on. Great speech.
Thanks,
Scott. Hey, buddy.
Jimmy said
I agree.
So what?
Yeah, I don't. Why be a mediocre journalist when you could be a great comedian?
I could be a semi-mediocre comedian with a niche audience.
I wrote a book about. No, it can't keep happening. There's no way you go up bag material every time.
Hey, were you happy with that?
A little bit of a
Good to
fan.
see you. I asked him if I could interview him about his attempted diplomacy. Oh, it's a pleasure. What's your name? Abigail. Nice to meet you. Okay. I think we're going. Oh, yeah. Oh,
So do you know how they're lining
oh.
No idea.
No idea. I appreciate saying that. Really means a lot. Honestly.
I wish I knew what you
Harlan and Zach would be so proud.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, are people really going to march?
I'm a class clown in the pot.
Are there other people at the march? Well, Kucinich. But I mean,
It kind of has to move along.
I know. But we gotta catch the front of the line.
I hope so.
Back.
Can I get a comment?
So sorry, Ann.
Other than figure out
Yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, I haven't participated in anything like that ever. I mean, I participated in the Iraq war demonstrations, but I was very young. So this is really the first time I've seen something as an adult that was inspiring and different and new. And it really does, it was something fresh, you know. I've been to a lot of anti-war rallies that are always kind of the same thing, same people, everybody says the same thing, everybody even wears the same color shirts. And now we saw something where people who I don't think had ever been rallying together, including some very influential popular politicians and media figures, coming together for this issue. And it sends a message, I hope, especially to the rest of the world, that there are people in the United States who are against this war.
I wake up with you guys in the morning, and I'm just like, something. It's just a little bit.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, how you doing?
I follow you and Pete. I just love her.
We're all walking in a big line of people to the Capitol.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not looking at you. I'm saying people need a little bit of context while we look at the crowd. Alright. We got a bunch of puppets in front of us. Maybe we can get the puppet guy to like show us the puppet. Yeah.
Awesome.
That is what I like behind the sign. It's too bad. We should have a double-sided sign. So, I wonder if it's possible for me to walk on the grass and show this here we can see that. Well, you can see people walking the Capitol. So from along the mall, there are these sidewalks. So I'm currently in violation of some kind of rule because I'm walking in the grass. I'm doing it for journalistic purposes. No to NATO, no to war. That's a good sign. Let's go, Brandon! Some of the political diversity at the rally. Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Ukraine will no more! Go into Ukraine while infrastructure let's go, Biden! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Ukraine war. Oh, there's the drop acid, not bombs lady. There's the crowd. Always a popular sign at the end of the protest. What flag is that? Can someone in the chat tell me what flag that red flag is? It's got a hammer sickle. Is that the... Flip the phone. Yeah, I got people telling me to flip it one way and then the other, so I just decided to shoot this way. So it's consistent. I can't have it go back and forth in a 4-hour live stream. Sorry about that. Like, you guys think this is like a really well-funded operation and we have tons of gear. This is my personal phone, so. Sneak up on Jimmy again. Some commentary.
Oh, a little different approach. How you doing? Yeah, I always tease him about putting a serious face on.
But Nelly, that was great that you got another chance to do ukulele playing. I was there last night.
I got it.
He's such a gentleman. He's carrying your voice. You're not used to. You're not being used to being around such gentlemen. Huh? Like to carry your.
I don't think anyone's gonna steal it. Remember that? I left my ukulele in the back seat of my car with the windows down. When I came back, there were 2 ukuleles.
So this town is really a safe town. Max lost his bag and he found it at the coffee shop that he left it in.
No way.
I know, it's with his computer and everything. I'm like, wow, that's unbelievable.
How could they have gotten so much farther than us? We were standing there.
Run for president, Jimmy.
Oh my God.
Please, hey.
All right. I'll run with you.
I can't keep up with you.
I was told to like find, to take pictures of the
Dore, you
sign.
shaking hands?
How you doing, brother?
You shaking hands?
Hey, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
It's Funky Lollipop.
Ah.
How are you?
Hi, Funky.
How are you doing?
Good to see you.
Great to see you again, too.
You haven't found unvaccinated guy, have you?
No.
I keep thinking it'd be funny for a troll to have an unvaccinated gal in your chat and then like winky emojis.
I agree. How could they be this far ahead of us? At least I'm doing a little exercise. Should we just get back in?
Awesome.
We'll call Jackson.
So you know, Veterans for Peace is that other organization that got like kind of squeezed out, and they've got guys here now with big flags.
Right.
It's really nice to see because these are guys obviously who don't agree with that.
That's right.
With that move. So
Such foolishness.
it's such childish. That's nice to see. Guys carrying their flags proudly. They were really, really important part of the anti-Iraq war protest movement. Sadly, divisive.
Not part of the Steve First debate team.
So these are obviously members who disagree with their leadership.
Today.
Yeah, you can rewatch the rally. The stream is totally rewatchable. Just rewind it and then go through 4 hours of this. Also, the People's Party has that stream.
I know. What's up?
He's back in LA hosting his show.
Okay. All right.
So you can check out, like, if you just want to hear the speakers, they have just dedicated cameras on the speakers. So,
Where the fuck are you?
I heard Logan was right. And bloody England canceled the booster shot.
Right?
You did it.
Trying to find out where he is. What's your name? Where you from? Oh, I didn't know Carolina. You're from Oh, fantastic. You are just one of the greatest. I'm so glad that I was able to meet you. I told my son, I said,
Jimmy, are they calling you? They're calling me.
Hold on. So nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you.
How are you?
It had to be over, yeah, exactly.
You don't need much of stuff.
It was pretty spread out during the day, though. I don't think it was, maybe at max about 4,000, maybe. I don't know. 2,000, but it seemed like people were coming. But it's still really huge.
And that's sort of
Hey, I got to meet you.
For some reason, you're decades.
was effective, even though.
Okay, all right, see you.
Well, thanks for all the Jimmy, you know, I'm from Atlanta.
I'm coming to Atlanta.
We've been
I'm
really,
going to Atlanta pretty soon.
We've been so big on wanting you to come to Atlanta. Do you know where you're going to go?
I just got 2 comedy clubs made me offers, so I gotta figure it out. So there's a new one. What is it called? The latest one that just opened. It's downtown. So I told him for a few months, but he's getting big names in there, and it's a nice room. And then there's a guy from Laughing Skull. And he's an old friend of mine.
Well, I guess it was
So I'd have to play 5 days if I played Laughing Skull. It's a little too small. It's only 80 seats, so I probably have to do that.
Well, it would be great. I know you have a lot of energy. I don't know what your classes like. I personally have this I've been asking.
Yeah, it's coming. Definitely.
That's great.
What was that? Did you Breaking Point was there? Crystal and Sabi, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They played a theater or something, right?
There's a lot of podcasts.
But these really don't
So you rolled in here?
I've heard of it. I've always presented it. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I got into
I'm I'm wondering.
It does make them kind of good. I've heard people say that.
Oh, okay. So I'm not from East, of course. Said it didn't bother her stomach. I'd be a fan.
One, two, three, four. We don't want your fucking 1, 2, 7, 8. Burn the system smash the tape. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war.
I thought you were not a but I worked there, copy.
We just haven't seen you for so long there.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Every city in Knoxville, we're like, oh, you were worried you didn't want to come to it.
What's that?
You were worried that you didn't want to come to it.
Oh, that's
good. Sound lights up there. I think that's probably the.
Oh my God!
What do you think? The cops are. Might try and wait for.
Yeah, I got a great line from my family when they say, "Why don't you leave?" I'll be subject to the foreign policy.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm going to try and make
Jimmy was on fire. Great speech.
They were great.
All right, there you go.
Does anyone have any particularly interesting things that can relate to Jimmy?
Yeah, he is. Somewhere.
He's walking right now.
Yeah,
But I saw you somewhere. Okay.
Okay, see you
then.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, have you tried holding a camera for 4 hours and 20 minutes without putting it down for anything, even drinking water or eating food? I think you can probably repeat that comment after doing that.
Oh, you made it? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm talking. Hey, man.
All right, so hold on.
Great.
Anti-war vest, so fantastic. I can keep under control. They're not going to try to test it. I guess I don't want to have that. It's
I felt great.
Oh, certainly interesting video.
Republican, a Democrat, and an independent congressperson. That's right. That's what gives it the power.
February 19th.
Yes. Hey, what do you feel with
I think it's interesting to see if they have the barricades still up. I heard they did. Turned us into a police station. Yeah, look at all these cop cars. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 police. Oh, but there's about as many food trucks. So I'm not sure what that says about America. Here's one of our MCs today. How you think, Dave?
No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war! No more war!
Sorry, I turned my camera 90 degrees. The next person tells me to turn it back to portrait. I gotta be consistent with the stream. I'm sorry. Yeah, Max isn't with us. He
1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is just the walking part.
1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Burn the system, smash the state. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Burn the system, smash the state.
Wow. Jimmy Dore walking video. That's really good for you.
Jimmy! How's it going?
Newland 15. Fuck the EU. Nord Stream 22. EU is fucked. That's actually a pretty good sign that the guy made for his back. Oh, that's the Schiller Institute. Interesting. All right. Pretty good amount of people here. It would be interesting to know. It's a lot.
Please include him.
I know that.
And it's really hard to How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Hey, Jimmy. I'm one of those crazy right-wing gun nuts that wants to show. I'm going to try to make it up to Kobe's up in New York City. Oh, great. I'm going to try. It's a little fun. Okay. There's keep thinking there's don't talk about it. There's a I know. They don't talk about it. I know. There's a lesson in I know. Yeah. So anyway, nice to meet you again. Yeah.
Question. I couldn't hear it. That speaker was really loud. Yeah, well, if I can bump into Jimmy again, I'll tell him that Kucinich in his speech was best. I tend to agree with you. They're really good. I mean, Max and Anya brought their usual fire as well. But Jimmy did a really stellar job. He finished probably the longest speech. too, so maybe that's a little unfair. We just get a lot of time to make these points.
One, two, three, four. We don't want your fucking war. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Burn the system, smash the state. 5, 6, 7, 8. Burn the system, smash the state. Come on, that was a fun one.
Thank you.
Stop funding Ukraine Nazis. Take care of Nazis here at home.
Healthcare for Nazis in America.
Jimmy, we need a stand-up walking routine.
I'm trying.
Oh.
It's the echoes.
Yeah.
It feels so war. No war. No war. No war.
Doesn't it seem like many more people now that we're walking?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Because I tried to
Great.
record it, but it's just like, whoa. There's a lot of people.
I hope somebody gets it all.
I realized we're so used to seeing like the I Have a Dream speech and inaugurations that like it was impressive still what we had on the
Oh, they don't let you have drones. Yeah, it's illegal in DC.
Hey, I'm gonna go.
It's pretty crazy. I would say at least 2,000. 4,000 maybe? 2,000, 4,000?
With this?
Yeah.
That.
Nice.
Thank you for doing this, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Jimmy now trying to compete with Max.
Yeah.
Turn it right up here. You know the barricades are still up?
The unconstitutional barricades? I'm sure they are. But nowadays, they all violate the Constitution, every single one of them. So you can't trust them. Red, blue, yellow, purple, all of them. They're all in violation.
Yeah.
And they need to be removed.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, they should have been removed, every last one of them.
Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war.
We should be in the church.
Peace, not war. 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 Woo! Woo!
That's not a human.
I
Peace not war! Peace not war! Peace not war!
Oh, shit.
Peace not war! Peace not war! Peace not war! Peace not war! Well, they're all on the internet. That's the thing there. Leslie was really good. I think Jimmy and Max were the best.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Anya was really good too.
Tornadoes, no war! Tornadoes, no war! Tornadoes, no war! Tornadoes, no war! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!
How's Ron Paul?
He's good. I mean,
He's old.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean, just him being there on stage.
I know. They say he doesn't come to events anymore.
So, I mean, it's, yeah. He, you know.
Oh, well, Melly, I never met her.
And the war, Brandon!
And the war, Brandon!
Let's go, Brandon!
Let's go, Brandon!
That is very divisive.
That's
a good way to kind of rhyme back in
Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! And the war. Very good. Let's go, Brandon! And the war!
Hey, Vic. Hey, man. Good to see you. When I was a kid, made it out. Yeah, you see Dennis? I met a Secret Service agent. He gave me his card. He was called. I'll give you a tour. I lost it. Yeah, he helped out a lot. Oh, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Not enough people have told me that today.
I bet you're like, wow, real
I'm not feeling
Say
good about
something
it.
different.
I'm not feeling good about it.
What did you think of Max's set yesterday?
Well, I thought yesterday was great. Today I felt like the crowd really kind of dropped the ball a little bit. I'm kidding.
It's going to look a lot bigger here too because it's more of a confined. We're going to get more of a sense of how.
This is it, right?
Yeah, we're here.
So this barricade's in the
Oh, so we should take
The fence? They always have the fence.
the thing. So I want to see if I can get up here.
It's on the other side. Or is it just around the Capitol?
The barricades are just around the Capitol.
No to war! No to NATO! No to war! No to NATO!
Hey!
Oh, hey! What's going on? Hey, good. On the bowl. Dead end. Locked off. What?
Oh, okay, cool. Where are you?
Sit down. Where that picture is, sit down. Oh, okay. Peace not war! Peace not war! Peace not war! Peace not war! Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
You have a veteran police.
Yeah.
I'm doing the last speech for the Grayzone.
Oh, cool.
So, very interesting and depressing what happened with this.
Yeah, I was really opposed to it.
Could you comment about that as a member of Veterans for Peace?
So if you look on the coalition website, you will see Veterans for Peace, Chapter 27. We're coalition members. We voted democratically, and we're on board 100%. It took us a while, and it's embarrassing that the National couldn't get their shit together, for lack of better words. I got to fly back to the Twin Cities in like an hour and a half, so I need to get a taxi. Thank you for, hey man, Max, Aaron, all of you. You're doing wonderful work. Thank you so much. Josh Ferris, Twin Cities.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
you're on there.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Julian
Press
Assange.
freedom. You can be Julian Assange.
And general press freedom,
Generally,
yeah.
that our press is basically
Exactly. Systematically. like, you know, action steps about what they can respond to.
Yeah. Maybe Afghanistan, but I don't think he was forward.
Can I take you with them?
This is for all those who have been labeled extremists, maniacs, terrorists. Shit. Welcome to the third world. Invasion and monetary inflation. The brought us all to the footsteps of this nation. Peruvians, Haitians,
Got a Palestinian flag that doesn't want to do much talking.
monetary inflation. The brought us all to the footsteps of this nation. Invasion and monetary inflation.
People my mother's age invented this sign. Wait, Aiden!
Open borders for
وايد درمان انه سيد مناسبة
A sign that I've seen around here a bit.
Yeah, man.
Snorting cocaine.
Yeah, man.
You want to tell the Grayzone live stream about your...
I mean, Zelensky's a dirty beggar. You know, he sucks. He's taking all this U.S. money to prolong a war that they're inevitably going to lose anyway, feeding his people false hope. More of them are gonna die as a result, and it's kind of fine that he does cocaine. But yeah, Zelensky sucks. The people of Ukraine do not suck. Zelensky does suck, and he does cocaine, and he's an addict.
Do you think the aid to Ukraine might inadvertently cause the price of cocaine in the U.S. to go up?
It's a great question. It's worth asking. I'm glad someone's asking that. Yeah, man.
Me and my buddy still have an inside joke to this day. It's like,
Anybody ever tell you otherwise? We can't do this.
I'm in Philly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Malia rally in 2020. I remember 2021. Sometime like that. Actually,
That's right.
You want to tell the Grayzone live stream about your political
yeah, no, it was
journey?
It's very
Essentially, I consider myself an American patriot because I see the greatest potential in this country to be the best that it's ever been. So, related to this rally, not sending all of our money to Ukraine, but actually doing something for it. And I have a lot of pride in our history as the first
country to shove off the yoke of monarchy. And I have a lot of hope for the future that the working people of this country can take the reins. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Is that anyone who thinks they are living here in the United States of America is brainwashed and delusional. We are living in a different country. It's called the United States of the Central Intelligence Agency. The US CIA was founded on November 22nd, 1963, and every president since then has been a puppet of the CIA with one purpose: empire. That's what we are living in, is the US CIA empire. And the two-party system is a facade. It is a joke. It is theater. And what all of us need to unite around is ending the CIA. What President Kennedy said privately to one of his advisors after the Bay of Pigs, after he fired Alan Dulles, is he said, "I will shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces." The CIA shattered our last president, John F. Kennedy, into 1,000 pieces and scattered him to the winds. We must not forget. Go to Arlington Cemetery, look at the flame, the eternal flame. That is the flame of democracy, of government by the people, for the people. And we must reclaim our democracy. And the only way to do that is to stop participating in the political theater of blue and red and unite around ending the Central Intelligence Agency. All right, amen.
CIA's crimes, not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for the CIA's crimes.
Control the government.
These children are dying from incurable cancer, they're dying from preventable cholera. This is entirely a man-made disaster in this country that the U.S. is causing is not being covered. The U.S. is destroying all the countries around the world, and Ukraine is just
Good, brother. How you doing?
Third time
You got this live stream working good, brother.
I got almost 5 hours solid stream.
Nice, dude.
I don't know how nice it is, but anyway, it's good to see you.
See you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. No, I don't plan to.
Oh, thank you. What was your name? Nene. Suffered what the people of Afghanistan have suffered under an imperial regime going in and destroying lives. Because a long progressed war, this long drawn out thing that NATO wants to happen in Ukraine, means fighting house to house, destroying civilians, destroying.
Well, I'm just going to wander around a bit, and then I might go on the street. Since we're kind of in a very poor audio environment.
With society, this didn't happen overnight.
Do you have any requests for chatting?
We'll head back in like 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Alright, I'm ready for the Mason Scott.
Hey, share the hell out of that, would you?
End up!
It's a live stream. What's that?
End up, Fed!
Yeah.
End up, Fed!
Oh, Tomax, Anya, and all those guys. They're all fantastic. Hey, honest question. Does Grayzone? I'm a writer. I'm trying to sell a book. Would they take advertisement money from me?
Your enemy is not in Yemen. Your enemy is not in Russia. Your enemy is not in Ukraine. Your enemy is centralized institutions that have a monopoly on force that will use it against you, your family, and people around the world. Your enemy is
I just showed him. He liked it. You guys?
Okay, their audio set up.
Which Zelensky?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah?
Chris, good to meet you.
Also,
The next one's going to be really
My little girl is understands what I'm doing here because there's some bad people who are trying to hurt other people and the government's breaking the rules and all of that, and she doesn't like that. So even her's getting getting them a new young. So
yeah, no, that's
Nick,
good.
You're doing great work. Keeping it up. Keep the fight.
Nice to meet you. What was your first name again?
Carrie.
Carrie. Oh, I do remember you from Twitter. Okay, thank you.
Scott, your final words for the Grayzone live stream
Well, I think it's obviously a huge success. I'm so impressed and grateful for all the people who've come out to help support the thing today. And you can see from all the speakers in the crowd, people come from all walks of life and all kinds of political points of view, and understand that it's just a matter of priorities. We don't have to convince each other to agree on all different things, but it's a matter of opposing the very worst things first. And of course, first and foremost among all of those is the world empire and the current war in Eastern Europe. So, I hope somebody in the White House over there is taking note. Somebody let the old man know that there's a lot of people out there today want talks now, ceasefire now. Yeah, somebody should tell his chief of staff. Well, I'm writing a book called Provoked: How America Started the New Cold War and the Catastrophe in Ukraine. And it's still going to be a few months now, but it should be like the comprehensive view of all this over the last 30 years of how America restarted the Cold War. Cool. Thank you very much.
Should I hold out? Okay. What a hypocrisy. I end it now, or should I hold out for another 11 minutes to bring it to a solid 5 hours? Take a vote. I'm democratic about this. 11 hours, more hours of my life on this camera. That's okay. Funded by Lockheed Martin, according to Jokester.
Of course, I feel horrible. If you don't speak now, when will we be able to? If we don't dissent now, when will we be able to? I know, I want to try to walk.
Okay? No more. That's my latest art project.
Nail some shit if I had that.
What? Okay, what do you want to know?
Yeah.
My name is Bernie.
It's kind of like a
I feel like they have no agency. So
Yeah, you see our
I'm
sign.
trying to think about it.
Yeah, it's a warm day,
When I was a kid, I
so
liked horror films.
I shed it for today. But the most important thing is the message. You see my message, the right, we get together. on important stuff.
Well, we know Bernie loves
That was great.
Oh yeah. We've been working on him. He's liking war more and more.
Oh, they had that.
Yeah, the blonde and the black guy, the educated activists, they were the ones that were attacked by working class people.
They tell you I like war. I work for them. They.
business in Vermont that needs the war money. So.
Yeah, I work for my state then.
Yeah.
And I work for Ukraine then.
Yeah.
Because you know what war is good for, right? Everyone.
Everyone?
Everything and everyone. It all comes out very well in the end. I agree. You parroted my point completely. He's learning every day.
You get a room, the two of them.
Oh, who needs a room? Uh-oh, to get a room. There's kids here. I'm teaching the kids how it is. That's right.
Your first assignment? First time ever trying? Okay. I got the
We're gonna have that event tonight.
I'm working right down the street.
Negotiate, don't escalate. All right. Well, see you all next time. Thanks so much for everything. Have a good night. Or you guys. All right. Nice reading your chats. Take care. I got you for the last.